Hello everyone and welcome to the NACE Star League Friday matches of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Wow, you're seeing a whole lot of me and Vincent this week, huh? We got some exciting two second week matches here for us today. Vincent, how are you feeling about not only casting some matches together for Counter-Strike, but also doing it right next to each other? I can touch them. This is not a screen.
Physically here. I know. It's honestly, it's really exciting. I'm super happy to be here, and especially right beside you. It's going to be a lot of fun. Counter-Strike. Obviously, I'm here most of the time, but you don't get to be here all the time for Counter-Strike, so it's a little bit of a new taste as well.
Yeah, no, I'm not a regular season Ryan. I show up kind of later and see what's going on, but now I get to a little feel of what's going on down in the roots, see what's happening in the beginning of the season.
We're like a grand final grant.
A grand final grant. That would be that's what I'm. Let's take a look at the schedule today. Yeah. We've got the first matchup of tonight is University of Arkansas versus New York University, and following that, Seattle University versus University of California, Berkeley. A lot of newcomers here.
Yeah, and I will say, I apologize if that's not technically the case, but from last season to this season, especially into the Premier side of things, we out of a bunch of new teams, so really cool to see new faces. Always going to be a lot of fun. The only one returning that I recognize is UC Berkeley, so I'm excited, and that UC Berkeley team pretty different than the last time I saw them. So as we get down into the wire of things and really get started, it's going to be cool to see kind of where these teams are at and how they shape up against one another. Because for me, that's one of the exciting things about the collegiate space is we never know exactly what's going to go down until it does. As we got things figured out. I was wondering, that was the Seawolf logo, wasn't it? It was for NYU before. I was thinking that was wrong. We got it.
You know what? It's all good. That's actually a pretty sweet logo for esports. Definitely repping the city in terms of like the baseball teams.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a look at the rosters of our first matchup between University of Arkansas and New York University. See who we're gonna be checking out once we hop into the server. And I definitely want to know who is going to come out on top. Both these teams undefeated, currently enjoying a nice start to a new league. So over from University of Arkansas, we've got Fole, Sea Green, Gentry, Yesmar, and Kasani.
I wonder if that's like the opposite of seeing red, like see green, you're just always positive. One of the other things, though, to note on the flip side, New York University, it's going to be Tebow, Olympic Sloth, Reunite, Login, and Laser.
I like the simplicity of the name, just Laser.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty enjoyable.
It's gamer, you know?
It's absolutely gamer. But what maps are we headed to? It's time to find out. See, I actually already know, but I'm asking that question to set up the graphic that we just have a wonderful producer.
Yeah, beautiful
cook up
graphic,
for us.
to be fair. Yeah.
Beautiful producer, even.
Some would say, indeed, yeah. Big W, we're going to Overpass. I love me some Overpass. Mirage will be the second map with NYU starting on the CT side, and then Vertigo, should we need it, is our decider. This is pretty cool because it's sort of outside the normal realm of our collegiate classic. I know you're not necessarily always here, but we tend to see a lot of Mirage Inferno, and then we had Dust 2 before. Now that's gone.
Good.
I think we're getting some different factors. It's fun.
How do you feel about Dust no longer being in the pool?
I'm happy. Get rid of it. It was awful. It was horrific. It's been around for like 30 years. There was no need. But NYU picking Overpass, that's where we're going to start out. And I think that it's important on Overpass to have a good start on your CT side especially. But the fact that NYU pick it, going to make it so they have to start on the T side. And I think that is going to be a good measuring stick for how this will go, as if NYU, even on their T side, can continue to have some success.
Yeah, you know, this is just going to be a learning experience for really everybody, as Arkansas, NYU, new to the league, new to each other. Maybe they've encountered each other in other leagues, but, I mean, this is going to be a big opener for them. Both undefeated, both ready to continue that undefeated streak. One team's going to walk away 1-1, the other 2-0, and just feeling good about themselves, feeling good for their outlook of the rest of the league, and that's what you want if you're a newcomer. You want to make that statement. You want to be undefeated team, a team to look at and think, be a little bit of an intimidation factor that you're sending out to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting as well is that the fact that like just one game can actually mean a whole ton for your place and being in playoffs or having to run through the LCQ system. So it is actually a pretty big deal. Any game, obviously, it's okay if you do take a loss, but making that pretty much undefeated run is huge for being able to take some time beforehand. And not have to run through a lengthy LCQ system or through a lot of rounds of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty tough season with the continuation of new teams joining every single semester here at the Star League. It is always going to be an ever expanding competitive pool. And there's quite a bit on the line. I believe the prize pool, if we were looking at from the previous season, was five thou.
Yeah.
A cool 5 thou, 2,500 for the winners at
right.
the end of the semester for those grand finals. That in person, no less. It's just great experience for anyone trying to get involved.
Yeah, and I mean, you and I both were there for the in-person grand finals. What an electrifying situation that was too. Last semester, you definitely want to be there. It's 100% worthwhile, and so to get the opportunity to do so is simply phenomenal. Gotta say, it was a lot of fun to be there, and I think every team that I talked to was having a fantastic time.
Yeah, win or lose, I mean, obviously everyone's trying to walk away with the bigger prize money and a championship trophy, but just getting that experience is definitely something anyone wants to get under their belt, and we're going to get a little bit of a break under our belt. We'll be right back, and we'll jump to Overpass in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. A-Star League returns in like 2 minutes, maybe. That's a prediction. Cut. Hey, we're back. That was like 2 minutes, just like I said, wasn't it?
I think so. I can't count though.
Okay.
So
Well, you can count on this being an amazing match. We're still headed to Overpass. It's NYU versus University of Arkansas.
yeah.
And I can't wait to jump in. So the teams are ready. The teams are feeling hot. They got their hands ready. Hopefully they're doing their stretches just to make sure that the
little calisthenics.
yeah,
you know?
the medical staff, the athletic medical staff is making sure they're going to be right as rain. I believe, if you got a big institution like NYU,
Probably.
you got to be able to put some of the budget in there.
Yeah, a little moolah. I mean, listen, I have full expectations that is exactly what they have available. One thing that I'm not entirely sure what the expectations will be is precisely who will be taking this matchup. I think that's part of the excitement, is that you and I kind of walking into this without a ton of information because we haven't necessarily seen this NYU team especially. We've seen an Arkansas team before, and I don't think it was this Arkansas team. So all of those things kind of combined together really make it so that I'm just super interested to see kind of where these guys are at, what they are able to put forward, and then ultimately, see which one's going to go for that 2-0 start. As Overpass looks to get started here relatively shortly. I mentioned it before. I'll mention it one more time just in case you've just joined us. Usually you want to get a good start on that CT side, but because it's fake knife round. Okay. Fake knife round. Don't worry.
I was
scared. Yeah. NYU picked the map, so they're gonna lose the knife round. Allow for Arkansas to get the CT side start.
Yeah, I was about to say with that action, New York University, I thought it was going to be London University with that action.
little bit of trolling, you see? Regardless, we'll finally actually get things started as soon as they swap the sides and get on towards that pistol round. Pistol round's pretty important, I think. I was talking, I forget where it was, but pretty regularly, taking both pistols equals a win.
That is, that was actually a Valorant stat that I think we made up, I think.
Oh, okay. You see, this is a problem when you do a bunch of different games. It all, runs together.
If you're a big Nace fan, if you're a Nace addict, a big Nace head, as most people in the chat should be, especially considering it's both of us on the mic.
Yeah.
Right. You would know that that's a cross-game pollination, but I also think it does ring true. Win the pistol rounds, you set yourself up for success, and you're guaranteed victory in every case that is currently recorded since Wednesday.
Yeah, definitely didn't see that come untrue. Fine. One thing, though, Arkansas approaching themselves towards Fountain, got a little bit of space to work with, and NYU, on the other hand, a little bit more passive. But Loggin's about to find, an early headshot.
Good for him. Backs up into water as well. No great threats being applied because you have 3 players waiting for Arkansas to try and make their claim. But, I mean, it's actually going to be Foley who puts in some damage, does get a little bit of shots onto Loggin, and they are able to secure that bomb plant with ease because this one player, Foley, dodging around the pillar, providing that threat. However, Reunite from Connector is going to be able to cause some even greater havoc.
In the 2v2, I like to see Green is kind of rotated through, making sure to apply pressure there, and it's just going to be Lindmick trying to 1v2 and low HP, not really going to be easy, as the University of Arkansas will take the first round. It's a solid start, and you were mentioning, or rather, I wanted to mention Green, right? Comes back through, confirms that flank kill onto the short player, and then even gets the final frag as well. Obviously, that timing is impeccable. Absolutely fantastic start.
It's going to be a pretty big investment. 3 Galils at Mac Tizzle, as well as an AK for Kasani. They're dropping all the money, and rightfully so. They want to secure these next couple of rounds. And we do have just an eagle on Debo, which I'm looking for.
P250s as well. But no armor to work with on any of those players. So realistically, that's not going to be all that effective unless they can pull off something a bit crazy.
Okay, yeah, Lindmick has to be checked there. Kasani, especially when you have this initial buy in the second round, you have to be diligent about clearing those corners or any angles that could be abused with a pistol.
Especially with a P250 or 5.7, even worse. Just one-shot headshot for the 5.7. It's got to be very close range for the P250 there, but regardless, little 2-tap, it's very effective. And you're right. those small angles, they are very deadly if you're not careful.
And it's always important to have patience because sometimes when you have that better firepower, you would see teams rush in. They took their time. Arkansas now with Foley off the back of 2 frags to clear out B site. Able to take this, and a patient C Green as well, waiting in connector by the bottom of the ladder, expecting someone, finding Laser to make that rush once it was confirmed they were headed to B.
Yeah, the Deagle ringing out there. Tebow trying to find something, headshot or two. Of course, a little bit difficult when you have an entire firing squad moving forward and at you in pretty swift succession. Pretty much everybody getting involved over there for University of Arkansas. It's 2 rounds in a row now, but New York didn't force buy. So now they have the gun round pretty early on. Don't know necessarily if University of Arkansas are going to be prepared for that, but the good news is they've actually have all of the rifles that they need. Sure, it's Khalil's on, a couple of players, but still.
Even a few FAMAS buys. I believe Login had the funds to pick up an M4, but
Needed the kit.
yeah, only one. It's gonna be Reunite. They're probably confident in their abilities to prevent a plant from even taking place, and Reunite, the man with the kit, is the first one to open things up. Foley, who has been a threat, the running gun Mac Dizzle master, first one to fall, and that's a bit necessary, right, to stop that advance.
Kind of feels like it. The MAC-10 definitely can be effective at leading that charge. Not this time though, but nonetheless, timing gonna be good. At least for the T's. Lindmick will go down and it'll be a 4-on-4. Of course, HP difference there. Not ideal. At least for Arkansas, they're one player very low, but otherwise, very much a good start.
Laser was in the power position there, but Kasani is too quick. Had a good rush on them. Was able to pick up the M4 in exchange of that Galil. If that battle was won by Laser, that would have halted the advance. Fortunately not the case. Now Tebow, for by Optimus, will put on the pressure, stops the initial advance, and there it is, but a reload forces them to lose the advantage, lose that position, and it turns it into Login 1v2 for the clutch.
He did pick up the kit, though, so at the very least they have that. Of course, the smoke as well for the bomb. So this is maybe more possible than you would tend to think, even with 2 Molotovs. As long as the smoke goes towards that bomb, then it should be all good. Login going to throw it there.
Wasn't expected to come from this angle. In fact, they were looking toward a connector. However, Yesmar, waiting, ready, and a wall bang puts them down. That's 3 in a row for Arkansas.
Yeah, and, I think, unfortunately, for NYU, like, that smoke just goes a little bit wider than they anticipated. You need to be throwing that a little bit closer to your body there. Make sure to cover off things. It had a toe sticking out, or maybe even a full leg sticking out of that smoke, so couldn't go for a ninja diffuse or anything like that. And I do think, not that would have been a guarantee, but a good chance, considering, is you get a little bit of early team damage there. Be careful with those knives. They're sharp.
Yes, they are. Sharp with their eye. Sea Green finds out Laser with the op, and it's just going to be a cleanup round. They're only working with pistols, and there's nothing to fear this time around. However, Login wants to get close and personal, because that's all they really can do with their arms at this moment. But it won't yield any success. At the same time, Lindmick may be able to come back with a 5-7, and unfortunately cannot make it work with that distance.
Yeah, and the audio cue is going to be given over as well when Reunite opens that door. So, not a great situation. Maybe he could pull away 1 frag. That would maybe be best case scenario, but Seagreen, yeah, not going to miss an easy shot like that. Pretty free. Arkansas, 4-0. And I'm starting to feel that NYU are in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, 4 rounds in a row. It does come down to this moment in particular. This round, it is a heavy, heavy investment again. Save for Login, who usually does have an excess of cash. And I'm curious why that is the case. Keeping an extra stash. Previously, when they bought a FAMAS earlier, now 1,900 to their name. Not buying the helmet or much utility at all.
Yeah, that is definitely odd. you would definitely intend to see a full buy of utility if they could afford it. But even no head armor, not that it's particularly needed, but I mean there is an M4 on the other side. Not that that would be the norm, but especially if you have the cash, why not get it? Can only help.
Well, my imagination was telling me was that they were looking to purchase an up, but it was Tebow. They had enough funds to make that happen. So
Mm.
it's curious to wonder what the plan is going to be. But now we can have an idea of what the plan is for Arkansas. It's Kasani checking up. We'll see. Smalley through bathrooms, but Laser finally is in that successful moment. They weren't able to find that previously. A little bit of pressure onto B, though.
Yeah, a little overzealous there when you are moving forward. If you're Kasani, really need to be careful of that angle. But it is an adjustment towards the B side. Reunite is here, but they're not going to check him. Really got to be looking for this. There's a player coming from Monster, though. Maybe that can be the denial. No. Reunite staying alive and getting a 3K as well. Massive turning round there for NYU.
Not to mention a flawless one at that. That is a major victory. And Login can add more money to the bank. And it is an op purchase, but from Tebow again? Who bought that? It wasn't Login.
I'm all sorts of confused, Los.
Why? Why
Do
is
we have a
he the cash
dedicated
cow?
bank account? Like, what's going on? I'd like to open a new account under login489.
Yeah, and no utility. He only had the smoke and the molly, and the molly was picked up.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm not sure what the thought process is. I mean, I guess to be fair, if you're going into a position where you don't think you're going to be needing that utility and or you don't think you'll survive long enough to use the utility, it could be a fair way to go about things. Though my gut just tells me that maybe we're looking at a little bit of a lack of experience on one or two players here. That's just my gut feeling. But I mean, NYU haven't been getting destroyed. They've been in these rounds.
That was almost a quick moment, but Laser will be able to secure that kill onto C Green hiding behind the rock on long. Oh, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the kill with the op, but a quick swap like a cowboy. They pull out the P250, and Kasani is toast.
Yeehaw. Feeling good. 3v4. This is a big opportunity, and that's a magical spray down. Reunite, showing that he has some serious firepower for this NYU roster, Los. That is back-to-back, getting a couple of kills. It was 3K and then a 2K there.
Reunite, definitely the anchor player for this one, securing all the kills that they need. Login, just securing funds.
Like I said, bank account. Everybody needs one, I guess.
And finally, a helmet purchase.
There we go. And in fairness, I think this does make sense, right? This is a round where you are up against non-AK buys, and the anticipation of that, I think that is clearly, Login just kind of trying to save a little money, and it's worked.
Work from Limbic. With the Molotov drop down as well. Have some safety, preventing that technical rush. And that's just an easy cleanup for Tebow. This is a gimme round. Kind of expected when they're working on that eco. Don't have too much to work with, but Yesmar able to get a headshot onto Limbic Sloth. At least it's not a flawless. At least they take something away from NYU. But again, we're talking money bags here for New York University, so that isn't going to hurt too much.
Not in the slightest. I was looking up. I thought that word Limbic was giving me a hard time, and I was like, what does that mean? It means nothing. I can't find anything.
Yeah, it looks like one of those random Xbox Live names.
Yeah, it does.
Generated.
You want to know what mine was?
What?
Sorted Toast.
I think that would have been a pretty sick one. Just imagine. My name is Los, joined by Sorted Toast. That
it does have a ring to it.
That actually is pretty good now that I say it out loud.
I'm gonna say glad I stuck with Vincent. Sorted Toast, a little bit weird, but it does have that ring to it. Like,
a couple of smoke kills so far. Reunite was, I believe, Sea Green securing some smokers.
Securing some what now?
Some smokers.
Okay.
That's what I.
Like, how many packs?
Right now is just one each.
Okay.
Sold at the legal state minimum.
$300.
I think for Sea Green, well, maybe maybe a lot less.
Okay.
Since it's an off kill.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. So, 47.50. Yeah. That's expensive. Listen, it's expensive habit, to be fair. They back and forth. A little bit of damage, not too much either side, though. And that will create space for the push to come forward.
I jump on top of the boxes. A second spray down through the smoke. There's just no vision for Arkansas. And unfortunately, that is going to rip apart their push and certainly give the equalizing round to make it 4-4 for NYU. Yesmar has to make a save in this position unless they just decide to send it. No rightful reason to do it, but it does make some good CS.
Yeah, good content, to be fair. Just send her. What I do think is pretty interesting to note is that Reunite has gotten 2 or 3 frags in every important gun round. Every single one. The first 2 that they picked up, and then this one as well. Reunite has had 2 or 3 frags. It's on 12 already, 12 and 4. That is a bit insane. I mean, that's like 4 rounds that he's picked up that many kills. And, I mean, it seems unlikely to continue to see that sort of level, but even if it's close, I think NYU, they're going to definitely show themselves to be a bit better than we saw in the opening 4 rounds.
Without a doubt, if that trend continues, but Reunite can't be that one force. If we lose him early on into that round, if NYU loses out on Reunite, they won't have that major fragging power. So maybe it comes down to if Reunite falls early on, how is the rest of NYU going to adapt to that login? Finding a singular one as they run out of monster, but look again.
There it is.
Triple kill from Reunite. Soon to potentially be a 4K with the Tech 9 swap, and it will be just that.
I mean, he's continuing that same pace, right? Another round, this time 4K. And I think that University of Arkansas, listen, sometimes I kind of feel like this is not the most ideal way to go about things, but at this point, you just go to the other side. Don't give him opportunities to do that. Especially when it's so one-sided and it's just this one individual player. Again, no disrespect to the rest of NYU, but nobody else is doing that.
And, it may be a good thing because they aren't really needed. They aren't needed to perform in that manner. Because a singular kill from, let's say, Linmick. Hold down long, but they do have some support from Laser. Tebow with the shotgun up on Kasani. Finds even a greater threat. That was a very close up. And if that fell in the hands of Arkansas, that was a big issue. And
well, it has.
there Tebow goes.
Yeah, sticking around a little bit too long, front bathroom especially. Very deadly, and Foley has a nice angle with that smoke. But secondary op, Laser has it. Not quite going to connect the shot, though, in Seagreen. Collecting the second frag, opening things up to A, and I think they're doing exactly what I was talking about, moving away from Reunite.
This is such a beautiful take of A. And yeah, there's no one to make that amazing defensive position like we see on B. So it's up to Logan and Linmick. Linmick is in toilets right now. And I'm not sure what the plan was. That was a very delayed response, but I mean, it is starting to work. That is a kill onto Seagreen. Just has to pull off some guerrilla warfare to turn this round into a victory.
And the bomb's not planted, though, and you can see that's caused a lot of confusion for Linmick. Unsure where to go. And ultimately, that bomb will get planted. So towards the B side, I don't think Linmick really should be going for this based on the positioning that they're in and the 1v3. But it looks like at least some level of commitment being found. And against Deagles and not even full armor on multiple players, I guess this is a little bit more possible. But the time, that's the real issue.
Yeah. Pull this off, it would just be too difficult because at this point, Arkansas would be playing for the bomb. Just bobbing back and forth, jiggle peaks to put the threat on Linmick, and it would just be too much of a hassle, really. And they've got money. It's okay to save, but they could keep an extra bit in the bank. Nice little exit there onto Foley. But Arkansas is coming back, 5-5.
Yeah, they really do have a bank account. It's not just Logan this time. Tebow at 13.5. 15K on both Reunite and Laser prior to the buy. That's a massive amount of money. It's money where you won't have to save for 2-3 rounds potentially, depending on how you utilize it. even after the buy, reunited 10K. So this is exactly what you want to see, but this is a little concerning to me, Los. This is an incredibly early double op that we've been seeing the last couple of rounds. And I think that double op is fine, but if you become too reliant on it, it becomes very readable.
Tebow is playing up very close. Too close for comfort, I have to say. It was a nice trick to kill Kasani in that manner over by party, but if you play that hand too often, it's going to be red, as you said, and you're just going to give the big green over to C green for free.
And he's got one of those in this round as well. I mean, that's the beauty of winning a save round, and there's C green consistently able to find opening picks, it seems.
Yeah, that was a look from Linmick. Just trying to enforce their dominance on connector. Certainly can't be the case. Tebow now playing it back. Through it and good flash. Saw forcing the backs. Default. Toxic.
Yeah, and still got a player pushed up very far up long, so pretty safe to be playing around the dice area. This is a bit of a fake, I believe, towards B. Just trying to cause a rotation or two. Foley has no idea that they're really got a player right next to him around Miller, but that player super passive. Reunite just waiting for the teammate to go down before peeking out. Has to be fair. Got the hard carry. Got to use it.
Sonny blocked off with the molly, and actually it looked like just a visual distraction with the molly. Tebow swings immediately after. However, pressure is from long as well as toilets. So it leaves Reunite. They've been the clutch factor before. Can they do it again? Sea Green has fallen. And Yesmar is on the other side of the dice, jumping up and getting a few tags in, but not nearly enough. It was all about ring around the rosy, but Yesmar will be the one who could ring victory in for University of Arkansas.
And retaking the lead as well. 6-5 the score. Arkansas doing it all. And the big clutch moment, Yesmar as well. You'll love to see it. A little bit more expensive than they would have liked, but because, remember, they won that eco round, Los, that it gives them that extra cash that they needed to full buy into this round. Of course, to be fair, we talked about the cash flow on the opposition, and back on the double op, they are just about out of cash because of it. And this time, is it? Yeah, no, I thought Laser was on the op for a moment before, wasn't he?
It was Laser as well as Tebow.
Yeah, so Linmick picking it up for the first time.
Passing it around. I mean,
maybe Spawn?
They all have the capabilities. Just trying things out. I mean, Linmick has been struggling a little bit in playing connector. So swapping up those positions could be good to shake things up. I mean, this has been a neck-and-neck game so far once we had NYU wake up after those initial 4 rounds.
I mean, no disrespect, but once Reunite woke up as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that that was a huge part of that waking up process, no?
Absolutely. He was the alarm clock. There's a little bit of an alarm there as Tebow consistently having that op in hand. But as you mentioned, the double op, it kind of almost limits your options when you don't have that rifle just to worry about a multi-man rush. You can only take down one, it is a threat. But when there's too many for the big green to handle, what's the plan? It's a major investment. Now it's a move on to B site. One player in pit. Reunite, ready to come back up. A wall bang, but they're running out of ammo. Their position is known. And this is a major assault onto the site. But it's coming down to Laser and Reunite one more time. Bring NYU back in contention. Nobody is getting a 2-round lead here.
No, not since that opening gambit of 4 or so rounds from University of Arkansas. And, you know, I think that this is great awareness of the strengths and weaknesses that NYU have, right? Like, they realize, hey, Reunite's one of our best players. Why don't we put Reunite over on B? He's going to win that fight every time, or at least the majority of the time. And then the rest of the team can use that double op to, like we were talking about, really lock down those longer angles at long, at bathroom, at Belton. Just like that, Linmick with an opening pick.
A necessary one for them to impart some strength. That's a bit of a dissuading factor. No one else is going toward A. Most players here toward Monster. One in short. Things slow and steady. I have to make sure that they don't get shot through the smoke before their plan can even begin. Have login as well as Reunite the wall. split down B. They'll take their time.
Reunite's done a great job of being in different angles as well. And I mean, even when we saw a couple of rounds ago when it was really more of a bait setup, that too makes it difficult to read where the actual player is located. Very slow approach, but just clearing all these angles, not actually making noise. Only now, with utility, do they go for the execute. Ambitious, to say the least, with Reunite here.
Okay. Just for this movement, and Yesmar actually flashed Sea Green, so they didn't have the proper vision coming out. Reunite good for 2. They will be traded out. This is just going to be an incredibly difficult post-plant. Got Yesmar and Foley good in their own right, but they'd be able to hold off 4 members of NYU. Linmick off the rip with an up rip. Starts things off and essentially seals the fate of Arkansas. Oh, okay. Well, Foley's going to take 2 down before they fall. In the end, the result is the same.
Yeah, nice shot there. Through the edge of the wall as well from Debo. But we're taking the lead. NYU, I feel like, once again, Reunite, once they hit B, always gets 2 minimum. And this time, it's Lynn McSloth who found not only the opener, but was able to help close the round as well alongside Tebow. That double up setup, I mean, it really is working. As mentioned, it's a bit scary sometimes, but maybe that's part of the reason that we were seeing such aggressive money saving being done. It's like, make sure we can get the double up. That might be the winning condition for this CT side.
It's certainly given Lynn McSloth a lot more to say when it comes to these rounds, having the up in hand. They've been having those individual frags, 1 round, or 1 per round, the last few. So it certainly is a nice addition. Now they're just cooling it back to 1 for Tebow, playing it close in party.
Big setup. This round, of course, one of those turning point rounds right at the end of the half as well. No money for Arkansas should they lose. And that's why this is such a critical frag from Gentry. Had only 2 this half, and that one's so important.
So many coming out of Connector. Sea Green hoping that the double execute or exit from Connector would be good enough to save both their skins. Not quite the case. Laser and Tebow, a dynamic duo denying anyone entry into the toilets. They're sending this plan down the gutter.
This has been a great turnaround for NYU. Down 0-4, really struggling. Couldn't find much of anything in the early stages. Reunite goes absolutely crazy. Then turns into what is now an 8-6 scoreline, confirming the victory in the half for NYU. This is their map pick, remember? And so early on, seeing them struggle was maybe a little bit of a wake-up call. And they've been able to really claw things back ever since that double op came out. Though, are we going to see it again this time? Looks like it.
It's like there is an op on the ground. I don't know who that's going to.
Looks like Linmick. Yeah. Gonna grab it. Linmick and Tebow back into the double op setup.
And both of them playing in this position. I mean, Linmick certainly heading down toward Nectar. I wouldn't say it's a risky play. But now that they're forced back into main and toward mid, have to back things up. And 2 ops in the same area. Not exactly the best situation.
No, this is rough. You definitely don't want to be in this spot, but you know what? It is what it is. Got to deal with it. Positioning, though, gained here for Arkansas. And it feels like they're going to be able to walk forward here. Though, Linmick prepared and ready. Sonny, unfortunately, catching the wrong end of that op.
However, look at this little bit of aggression from Laser. Forward push from them, and it does find success. And it cuts off multiple options for Arkansas. They have to make a move. Gentry does get some nice work along with Foley. So they open up the site, they clear it out. But Sea Green's position in Connector has been lost. Haven't secured that bomb plan yet, and they won't be able to. It's all the way in Fountain.
Oh boy, that's rough. Trying to go and collect it, but Laser's there. Laser's not going to let him get this for free, and Linmick as well. Not even really enough time to go and collect this with the amount of players that are surrounding him.
At this point, they just got to save or...
I mean, no saving. It's last round.
Yeah, they just have to throw their bodies on the line. And yeah, nice kill onto Tebow. But Linmick is here, and even if it wasn't the case, Blazer could just hide, but they don't want to. They don't need to.
Easy victory there. 9-6 after 4 rounds lost at the very opening stages. And those 4 rounds, well, they would be 4 of only 6 total. What a ridiculous turnaround that was. NYU, their CT side ultimately looking very good. And, I mean, I have no problem saying very much to do with Reunite just kind of stepping up in a lot of big ways. And then Tebow, Linmick, whenever they had the op, they were consistently able to get a pick or two. And then once they ended towards B, Reunite was like, I'll be having those frags.
Reunite ran so the rest of NYU could walk.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. University of Arkansas looking to play the defense here. CT side is the preferred side, so maybe things will be different. Sea Green playing the defense of the B site for now.
Sani sending some shots over, but they won't be able to stop the plant. Not enough bullet penetration in that regard. Gentry from connector, as well as Foley. They're breaking through. And this post-plant situation is a terrible situation to be in. Blazer are just going to do what they can to pick up anything just for a few extra bucks going into the next round, but it is going to be Arkansas taking it.
Arkansas got both pistols now. Clearly they're going to win.
I mean, you know, that is the case. That is the precedent that has been set in a different game that we're bringing over to this one.
Yep, definitely no problems there whatsoever. That seems to make total sense.
You know, as some people, not me, of course. I wouldn't say that. Valorant, CS, same game. Doesn't even matter.
You just angered all of the Twitter everything.
Yeah, that's why I said some people. It wasn't me.
Right. Of course, not you.
Just bringing up that memory.
Other
that memory
people.
of a claim.
Right. Little anger. NYU. Angry that they lost that pistol round. Going for the force buy. A UMP for Reunite, which I gotta say not a big fan of. But Gentry, nice shot. We'll take 2 before going down, though it is an upgrade to the M4 for Tebow.
Might be able just to transfer that over to Linmick. They want to go back and recover the other gun as they have a Tech 9 and hand it. But at this point, it's all about sticking together, working with each other, and maybe just playing off each other's bodies just to break down the economy and take away the weapons from Arkansas.
I do like that Reunite still has that UMP. Didn't get the M4. But with that being said, 3v4. You got to think that at this point, NYU won't have any clue where Arkansas are actually going to be ending.
Watch out for going through short. Just going to be Yesmar. Oh, actually, no. A stack to look through. It's a dink. That's an M4A1S moment.
A little bit of swap up there. Yesmar going to get the M4 because of the high HP.
Oh, they simply just can't take Tebow out. Finally, they do. Reunite will be gunned down in this side tunnel, but at the very least, they got a plant. They could walk away with a little bit of extra money, and they still will have the lead, but only by 1.
Yeah, I think the plant is the most important part of that for NYU, but at the same time, Arkansas keeping 4 players alive. Yeah, they're going to have to rebuy here 1 or 2 guns, but that is huge for the longer-term success of the CT side. And it looks like there's not going to be a bonus round, really. I mean, Sea Green, the only one keeping the rifle, rather the MP9 from the last round. Everybody else going for an upgrade to the rifle and getting the utility as well. So pretty much a gun round coming in. Linmick, though, not a op, just the scout.
Not a bad gun. Just get a headshot.
Easy, I've been told.
Well, I mean, that's what we know, and if they can't pull it off, then we judge them. Tebow getting a nice kill on Sea Green, but Kasani hiding in this pocket might be able to pull off a third because this is a slaughter here for New York University, but they've made it a little bit more competitive. 2-on-3. They don't have much ground gain. Sure, a little bit of positioning here in water. They realize someone's got to be in a connector, but with that smoke, they realize that no No one in their right mind would try and push that.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of craziness. A full minute left though. So NYU don't have their huge star player in Reunite alive, but Linmick and Laser, they do have a lot of time to work with. They're going to be lurking out towards the B site. One from Monster, one from Short. This timing could be pretty impressive, yeah. Maybe Linmick taking out Gentry. Yesmar pops out and be able to deny this plant or not.
I don't think none of those bullets hit Laser. That is just luck. Unfortunately, the luck has run out fully up from heaven. All right, buddy. Let's put that one to rest.
Yeah, calm down.
And there it is. That equalizer one more time. Arkansas bringing it up to 9-9.
And it kind of feels like Arkansas, they're slowly but surely kind of chipping away. And what NYU had, we saw Reunite really pop off at the start and consistently throughout the first half. We haven't seen him really have impact this half, and they haven't won a round. So I think that definitely probably is an important factor. That said, here's the gun round. This is the real important one. And he did only have a UMP before. It's like basically not having a gun.
Hey, whoa. I'm not gonna say anything about that, but I'll just say, what? Let's watch it.
Nitsuo would be having my head, but he's not here, so I can trash talk the UMP.
A little bit of a HE onto Reunite. They need to secure a kill. Finally, it will be actually T-Bone taking 2 heads for themselves. Sea Green misses the first op shot, has to retreat back to connector. Hiding down in the sewer like a rat. And they will feast on that piece of cheese named Reunite, who has not been able to get a kill within the last 5 rounds. Sea Green, though, is feasted.
Yeah, great couple of kills from Sea Green. Now I'm getting the pressure applied up from connector. But he's already falling back towards long. Could set up, and Laser might swing right into his processor in a moment. That'll be just exactly what it is. Sea Green, with a third, could do it all himself.
Got utility here. Smoke for Login. Everything else for Linmick. It just sends him onto site, and that'll be a beautifully placed smoke onto Optimus. But Sea Green's adjustment, have no problem. This is looking to be an ace. If Login walks into this and doesn't have an answer to take down Sea Green, they're looking at a 5K for this player.
Yeah, and Sea Green's just played it passively, sort of asking for Login to figure it out. The bombs actually dropped down towards long, didn't realize that. And with 18 seconds, I mean, Login has to go get it. Sea Green should be able to hear the audio cue, and a little bit late on this rotation is Yesmar, but that's all good. Just 8 seconds remaining, and lots of places clear. Login will commit, but no frag to be had. Yesmar stealing away the ace, but honestly, doesn't matter. It's the 10th round. It's the big deal.
Without a doubt. This is another moment where Arkansas, as you said, chipping away, not just at New York University, but the whole map itself. They're slowly climbing their way up. And it feels that NYU are just struggling to get started at the beginning of either half. They had a similar loss 4 rounds in a row for Arkansas back on the CT side. Maybe they simply need to bring it back, but also looks at the discussion of Reunite. This player hasn't been popping off how we saw them. Hasn't been getting those 3Ks, those 4Ks, those necessary multi-kills to lead NYU to victory.
Yeah, and, you know, the only reason we're making such a big deal about it isn't to, you know, put Reunite on blast or anything, Los. It's just about the fact that that was clearly a part of the win condition that was necessary for NYU to find success. Without it, well, we have seen that they just don't have that same success. Of course, still time to make this comeback. Just 20 rounds in, potential 30. Just 1 round difference between these two squads.
Toilets. Sea Green on the op again. They've been an absolute menace. 4K previously with the big green. The big Sea Green.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
I'm surprised it took so long.
Can't be too obvious, can we?
Yeah, that's true. Sea Green?
What's obvious is that when you push it to Sea Green on the op, you're going to get dropped.
Easy victory right there. Tebow might have a timing. So I think that jump, that audio cue may have given things away. Tebow now the last alive, and no, it doesn't give it away. Fo Lee will fall with 20 seconds remaining. Again, time a significant factor in Arkansas taking the round.
And we're seeing a bigger gap here. It's starting to widen, and not a lot of money for NYU. They might be able to bring in some pieces of hardware to this round. If they do, and it doesn't earn them success, they're just going to continue falling into that economic hole. They've got a loss bonus, Vincent, so they will be able to put a little bit more money down, a down payment even.
A little nice investment, half investment maybe, with the pistols and armor this time out. With the loss bonus you were just talking about, they should be fine with the next. This is going to be important. Yesmar needs to stand tall.
He won't even need to because Kasani, out from jungle, is just having a good time. Now that they realize bombs being planted, it's time for Yesmar to realize their location. I don't think they know Reunite. They have a feeling. I mean, Reunite's got to be in there, but Reunite is just chilling.
A little bit ridiculous. Hoping maybe that they'd forget about him. A little too aware was Arkansas, and they'll be heading on to another big round, another big victory in a gun round, no less. Coming up, though, that's the key. That's the big one. Anti-eco, yeah, that's great. Don't want to lose there, but a little bit easier. Tebow has an op. First time we've seen the op out for the T side here. That was definitely the sort of like second part of the dynamic duo. There's a double op and then Reunite alongside the B players kind of standing tall there. Hasn't had the same success thus far and misses the timing, but will still go for the swing towards Connect.
Entry. Line close up. We've seen this before, but no one's biting. No one's coming through playground just yet. And no one will at all. Logan backs off. I don't want to go toward A. It's just been a bloodbath. Then again, here on the T side, it's been a bloodbath no matter what they do.
True. It's not been great. With that said, I mean, this is one of those rounds that they really do have a chance in. Lots of control towards the water area. Monster as well is all theirs. They're going to set up the execute. There's the smoke for heaven. And they've already got one player out. It's just a flashbang ready to go. But Kasani has the reflash ready to get these players back into position.
Playing in the pit once again. And he will be checked. Laser's not going to allow that to happen again. They learned their lesson from the double kill he brought forth previously. A lot of smokes, a lot of position, and even a Molotov just to put an extra fire under the behinds of Arkansas, and maybe that was a good thing. It gives them the pressure to break on through, but the aggression from Laser cuts them down. A 2-on-4, jumping outside of heaven. Now we got Gentry. In just a winnable moment, a lot of damage onto Tebow. He has to hide behind the sandbags. He can go for a defusal, but do they have the kits to make it happen? They do. Gentry drops it into a 1-on-1. He's going to push. He has to. But is there enough time to make this fight? It doesn't even matter. Swapping away. It gives Lynn McSloth the perfect timing to secure the kill, and finally they're making their way back into this half.
A little bit of a tough little hot swap there. Just not the timing to do that for sure, but I don't know that there was time to actually defuse anyway. Trying to get a little bit faster by going for that. New York finally back on the board. It's been a minute. Remember, 9-6 half, and it's been 6 in a row for Arkansas until this point here. Up back for Tebow. The full purchase, everything has been bought up. And University of Arkansas, unlike NYU, their money isn't built to a crazy degree. They really don't have any money left in their bank. Yesmar is the only one with a more than $1,000 in their bank account. And so that makes this round incredibly important for especially Arkansas to come away victorious if they want to continue pushing this forward and winning this half.
Look how deep Arkansas is right now. No one's there to check them. But we have Reunite. Might look up from Connector and potentially catch out. I believe it's Foley up there. No, it's Gentry. And they've spotted it. They know that connector control belongs to NYU, but do they realize this massive flank that is taking place?
That's the
Certainly
bomb.
not.
That's the bomb dropped, Los. And then second kill off the back of it. This is brutal. Awful.
The crossfire, the smoke dissipated, and if it's a swing from Kasani, it could be everything. But it doesn't even matter. The numbers go into their favor. See, Green and Yesmar all doing their part. We were talking about Reunite, how they've been the big player. Still at 22. Not a single kill here in the second half. Now Sea Green overtaking with the top frag. They have been phenomenal.
Yeah, unstoppable, it would seem. I mean, that op has been really impressive. And the CT side op, obviously a big deal, and that's part of why we saw NYU playing so well. And that's also part of the concern, right? When you see that double op so consistently picked up, it can feel like it's a bit of a crutch here and there. And, well, I mean, we've definitely seen that, well, without it on the T side, NYU struggling big time.
Pistol now for Reunite. Not a huge buy. Rifle, sure, but how many helmets? Only 3 bits of utility. Smoke, 1 flash, 1 molly. Depending on how it's used, it could be a good set piece to make an entry, but Sea Green here on the Yop and a smoke to block off long. You will be hard-pressed to make anything work here.
Oh, and a little bait and switch moment. I don't even know if that was intentional, but Gentry goes for the spam. Got a guy close range. And when the reload comes in, guy in the smoke thinks, oh, he's reloading. I'll push. Nope. Guy right next to you. Going to take that shot anyway. Closes in there. Gentry with 2. Foley with 2 of their own. And, I mean, it's another round where Sea Green just kind of stops them in their tracks with that initial pick on the AWP. And then from there, individual swings happening for NYU. That's a problem. They got to stop doing that if they want to come back into this round, or rather this game.
Feels in that previous round, it was an eco, but I'm seeing signs of desperation. They aren't able to pull off grand plans. And I mean, just the simple fact that Arkansas was able to circumvent the entirety of NYU to get a flank from Monster, that's an issue. But now we have a full-on rush. It's what you love to see. Rush B, no stop, and they certainly won't. Log in, putting in some damage, but unfortunately, they aren't able to clear out Pit. It is going to be done, finally. 3-on-2. Sea Green. They've been a threat. Foley. Another flank. It has to be red. And I think Linmake is there for it.
Yeah, but they're gonna see. Oh no. It looked like Foley kind of had an idea. Now it's time to save. Get this gun out of there. Not really a chance. Sea Green just kind of sticking around, hoping that somebody's going to give a free shot or allow a free shot to come through, but that's not the case. NYU doing well to just fall back, not overswing, not overcommit. They'll be taking their second round of this half. Sea Green saving the op, big deal if you consider the money. Yes, Mar has enough, but he needs to drop Gentry. And so they wouldn't have been able to get a full buy otherwise.
Smart play. And keeping their money safe. Definitely reading the aggression from NYU. I'm loving that they switched it up and just went with the basic play. And it worked out perfectly for them. Sometimes you could get in your own head, and that's going to prevent you from executing an effective plan. Stick with the basics. Just refresh it.
It's something that I think is underrated, right? You definitely don't want to overcomplicate things. And if you do, well, you can see a lot of teams will end up losing because of that. Keeping it simple is good for a round or two, but that's the thing, Los. You can't just B-rush every round.
Certainly not. Now we've got a lot of connector control. Even Tebow making their way up. Well, it's probably spotted. Yeah. Be the first one to get a look in. We'll send the flashbang accordingly. And look how played back the entirety of Arkansas is from the minimap.
It's pretty interesting as well because I think I understand. Like, if you have Sea Green, just take those angles, fall back whenever you need to. And you can see what it's done to NYU. They feel the need to clear literally everything because Sea Green has been everywhere.
never know. It's now time again to run onto B and stake their claim. Sea Green with a shotgun, a quick scope onto Laser. They haven't been rooted out yet. Finally, Login removes the up from barrels. And it is now their moment one more time to take B. It is a potential retake scenario, but I'm questioning whether or not they'll commit.
I mean, it looks like they want to. There's just a single flash on Gentry. That's going to be thrown out. Foley goes down, and now Gentry is committed. Gotta try it at this point. 1v3.
Multiple angles. It could be a collect, but not the case. And even if it was, Login is there for the finisher. How closing that gap? NYU 12-14, starting to actualize some plans here.
Yeah. Well, and especially with University of Arkansas's economy going down into the gutters, it's definitely a huge opportunity for NYU. Tebow has certainly been a big part of that. I think a lot of credit needs to be towards Tebow, some critical frags, but everybody has had to step it up to have the success.
Oh, Tebow. They sent out the molly. Foley, they're running up. Burt to a crisp is Sea Green. And this is just one of those rounds where they say, hey, okay, let's just get to rifle round. Let's get this show on the road here.
Yeah, GG go next, essentially. Though, with the investment that they had, maybe that's a little bit of a questionable idea. You know, I don't hate the connector rush. I just think running through that molly may be a little bit questionable. Don't love that. But, as you mentioned, GG go next. Let's get into the rifle round. But that means if you're going to do that, you have to be winning on these rifle rounds. And, well, we are one away from another tied game, which we've been at quite a few times already. Limited utility as well. Just actually nothing on Gentry. Just a single smoke for Foley. In fact, no smoke for a couple of these players as well.
Sea Green force back behind the pillar. They have not a read. They're certainly prepared. I'll reunite. Hit with big flash. Gets bar. Reunite's not gonna bite. Waiting. That's some solid patience. Especially because this position doesn't mean anything just yet. It's all about when the rest of NYU is going to get into a strong A position, if they decide to even go that way.
Yeah, no real decisions being made at this point. That nade will really chunk down the opposition, and a Molotov as well. That smoke allowing for player to get out of there. Yes, Smart. 3 HP. Sea Green there to support him on the site. But very difficult around this position. Multi-frag seems like a necessity.
We can see NYU is rotating over toward A, but there isn't enough pressure being created by Reunite as a singular piece of utility being sent out. It's not a rotation from Arkansas. They're not biting. They're not reading this as any real threat. Now that Reunite has secured a kill, maybe if they could find another, that is going to be a real issue for them. But it's a hit over on A. They realize this. Foley jumps on top of the dice and is guarded almost by the smoke, but it simply won't be enough. The numbers game with NYU has earned them the site, and Reunite does fall, so Yesmar is able to save and gain an AK, but it'll be an equalizing round.
I mean, what a round that was for NYU. So patient at the B site. Reunite playing that very well. Gets 2 frags, and he jumps on the board. Another round. I mean, at this point, the rest of the team has had to step up around him, but still, what a time to come alive. If Reunite is back, maybe this could be NYU closing the map, especially, this is their map pick, remember, Los. Arkansas, they've had a bit of a lead here multiple times, and the fact that NYU have still brought it back gives me confidence.
Nick, going hunting. All we'll find is that it's actually, it's sloth season.
It is indeed. 14-14. Out for Tebow. And, ooh, what is this by Arkansas? They're going for the investment here. That's ambitious, though they're going for the win rather than the overtime, which is understandable. One saved AK, a huge deal for Yasmar.
It speaks to the idea of playing to win and not playing to not lose.
Yeah.
See Green up close and personal now with Moss. They do have backup. It's Foley working together on the buddy system. A bit of damage over onto Login, but not enough for a kill. Watching either side, and it's going to end in disaster. Sea Green falls. Gentry gone as well. 5-on-3. And that's no real information gained from Arkansas. They lost 2 bodies and just had the idea, okay, they're in playground.
Yeah, this is brutal. This looks like 15 might be a real possibility on the cards for NYU. Arkansas, they've got nothing, really, just that AK. A little bit of utility off the back of that, but after those initial fights don't go their way, you have to wonder what mindset they're in. They've got 2 players on the right side at the very least. The AK over to its truck.
Probably beyond dice. Going into bank. This utility, sure, it causes for a little bit of fear in the hearts of NYU. But wait a minute.
Mac?
How did Laser get all the way in there? How did that even happen?
It must have been a timing. I mean, that's really brutal. I don't know. Sonny on the site the whole time.
Unfortunate. I mean, what can they do? Maybe a ninja defusal, but there's no shot that's happening. It's not even going to be enough to kill Reunite. You still have 4 more players waiting for you, and just an NP9 in hand. That's the 15th round for NYU. They have taken some time to wake up in this half, in both halves even.
Yeah.
But they're here. It's map point.
And to see them taking the map point first here is absolutely ludicrous when you think about how they struggled in those opening stages. 6 rounds that they were unable to answer in the second half, 4 in the first, before they could even get on the board. Last chance. Foley, scout in hand. A little bit of a better buy, at least in the weapon department. There's basically no utility, though. Gentry, the only one that has a full kit of that.
Right. Do some pain with that molly. Makes them rethink the monster play, and that could have been terrifying because Sani and Yesmar played it close. They were waiting for anyone to break on through. So NYU is back to a bit of a default, not looking for anything, any hard commitments to fights.
And I like the readjustment for NYU. They realize that defaulting here is the right call. They just need to manufacture an opening pick, group up together, and play the numbers game. You just need the 1 round. No need to get fancy. No need to play any crazy games.
Foley doesn't land the shot. It's just with a scout, and this is a timing for the ages. Sea Green checking the wrong angle, wrong time. And now it's an opening for NYU. Foley, scout in hand, can't make the kill. A Tech 9, nothing is going to be effective. Laser, Linmic, they're flooding A site, and there's nothing, not a single levy that will prevent this flow, this plant, and ultimately this map win for NYU.
Yeah, smart. The only one left alive, and that's only for a moment. NYU taking their own map pick as they step up big time to close out a game that they were behind in multiple times to a significant degree.
Yeah, it really leaves you wondering what is going on at the beginning of those halves.
Yeah.
They eventually got some steam in the end, but then they lose it the second they swap sides. A big run for Arkansas, and you have to wonder what exactly is going on in the comms to allow a resurgence like that. I guess at this point, we may be able to get some ideas from NYU if they continue the trend. But 16-14, that's not a scoreline you want to have. Sure, a win's a win, but what does it speak to when we're going on to Arkansas's pick of Mirage?
You know, it's so hard without seeing these two teams before. On the one hand, yeah, I agree, not the best of looks, but like you also said, a win is a win. And in reality, 16-14, that can be the little push momentum-wise to get you prepped and to take like a 2-0. It also is a question, since we don't know these teams, Mirage is a map everybody plays. Surely there'll be comfortability on it for NYU, and I think that does give me some thoughts that maybe NYU might be able to take this into, depending on how well they can put this momentum to good use.
We'll see if that's going to be the case as we head to Mirage after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. And Star League Counter-Strike returns just a bit. back to Naystar League Collegiate. Counter-Strike. I almost said the wrong game. I almost said the wrong game. I'm too used to it. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
NYU took Overpass 16-4. It was a grueling match for them to be able to crawl their way through it. And now it's time for Mirage, the puggiest map of them all.
Yeah.
Arkansas's pick.
I can't believe that they came back 2 separate times in that map, man. They were down, 0-4. That's not the craziest comeback. I understand that. But then to win the half 9-6, that's impressive. But then to go down then 13-9, I think it was the ultimate scoreline there. And then also to come back, I mean, come on, man. That's incredible. I got to say that NYU, at least from a, momentum perspective, they're definitely on a run. Of course, University of Arkansas, they picked Mirage, and there's probably a good reason beyond that. And so for that, you have to respect that fact.
Absolutely. And, speaking of the greatness of a comeback, think of the frustration from the Arkansas camp to lose in a comeback situation twice.
Yeah.
But they're not out yet. We still have Mirage. It's a best of 3. They're here to stake their claim and bring us into map 3. NYU obviously don't want that to happen, so probably the victory gave a little fire under them, so feeling a little more excited, a little more energetic, and I can imagine they'll have a stronger performance because a lot of that success in terms of their earlier rounds in the first half came from reunites.
Yeah, I mean, that guy just popped off in the first half, and, I was a little critical. I was like, well, if he doesn't pop off, what's going to happen? Well, I got my answer. The rest of the team stepped up in a way that I didn't necessarily expect. I was very, very impressed, and I love to see that, especially when it happens. With that being said, Mirage coming up here, it does beg the question. We saw it with Premier earlier on our other stream. A team that loses in a bad fashion, had a potential to come back, or rather was up and then lost in comeback fashion. That hurts the mental coming into the next map, and I don't know if that's going to repeat here, but I do think that University of Arkansas, they're going to need that strong mental to be able to reset.
It's like an energy stealing transaction, right? Arkansas loses feeling frustrated, and it's NYU that steals it. They feel great. They have that positivity. But I mean, that's if things go as we would expect them to. We don't know what's going on in the Arkansas team. And NYU certainly should be excited, but maybe even frustrated after a win.
Yeah.
Some teams can be mad and still win.
Yeah, that is the thing. And, I think that we often miss that key fact, don't we, when we're here on the desk. But it is a reality that it does happen. I don't know what that looks like in the NYU camp, but what I do know is, like I was mentioning, everybody plays Mirage. So I am at least confident that we aren't going to, well, I was going to say I'm confident we aren't going to see a super one-sided affair, but honestly, I don't even know if that's the case. It feels like that should be the case, but it's so difficult to determine what's going on because of how back and forth that first map was, and us not necessarily knowing where the level of comfort that Mirage is at for NYU is.
Yeah, so my opinion, looking into Mirage, it's a toss-up. Really, it is a toss-up because these are two even teams, even if sometimes relied on individual players. But I mean, as the game went on, Tebow, that is another rifler who really stuck their own, even on the rifle.
Especially with the
either weapon in hand, they were able to have an effective play.
That they were. Here's the pistol round coming up. Arkansas start out on that T side. So this is their map pick. Quite a bit of investment when it comes to the utility. They threw a window smoke there. And I think that second smoke is going to go down for top con. As Laser will take some fights, and the flashbangs allow them to move forward. Kasani with the opening pick.
Some swiftness to make their way onto B site. Arkansas, they're just having fun with it at this point. Entry on the running gun. No time to worry about that. However, Tebow on them or Catwalk themselves, able to put in a little bit of pressure, but entry. A big round for them, a nice tasty 3K. And that's a lot of money going into this round, too.
And that's a player, Gentry, who, didn't exactly have the best start to Overpass. I felt like was just a little bit slower on that. Did get involved later on, but to see Gentry just kind of jumping in with both feet, great to see. especially with the confidence. You don't call that pistol round if you're not feeling confident, because that is so reliant on aim tools, so reliant on getting those early headshots with the Glocks. The only thing we saw purchased up for NYU was 2 HEs, and I think they were thrown over towards a ramp where they will be continuing to push forward. Unfortunately for them, nobody's actually there, so it will be a full 5-man retake of the B site.
Big gamble stack on that one, and unfortunately the house, aka Arkansas, has won this time around. They'll be in a difficult scenario trying to retake it all with USPS, but hey, bit of damage from Tebow allows Laser to at least put 1 in the grid, and that's a glue they won't be able to take going forward, but 1 is all you can muster in a situation like this. Not exactly what you're looking for.
No, but at the same time, you got to keep in mind that this is very early on, right? Yeah, a second frag and the AK as well taken away. And everybody for Arkansas invested to a rifle. There's no SMGs here. So each of these kills is actually worth a lot more than your standard second round eco win, especially if Reunite can carry this AK over. Looks like that will be the case.
1 is better than none, 2 is good for NYU, and 3 will make round 3 a breeze, potentially. 3 for the economy. There we go. Got it. That one's way better.
Yeah. Well, second try, definitely good. But you know what? I think that New York, they have a situation where they aren't working with that AWP. I'm a little concerned at what that will look like. That did seem to be their downfall on the CT side without the op. Maybe that will not be the case here, but always available. And there we go, Tebow showing that isn't a problem whatsoever.
Beautiful stuff. Secure that and keep it going. Tebow has not stopped yet. Foley the second to fall. And there's no need to repeak. A lot of damage on them, and they could allow the teammates as Laser and Reunite will pick up the slack. And so much damage has already been imparted by Tebow that it's up to the rest of the team. Say, hey guys, I already got 2. Somebody else peek.
Y'all pop in there. We got 42 HP. And in fairness, I mean, Reunite, AK in hand, can definitely do just that alongside the rest of them. Everybody very healthy. Esmar and Gentry, the last 2 alive, and they got Bomb moving towards the A site. Nobody peeking for the time being, but it's just a matter of the precise moment. They swing out. There's Gentry. Nice win. Limit swaps out, flying from the firebox, and finds a double kill to close the round.
Lidmic Sloth playing the Lidmic Rat, hiding in good sight, and actually good on Tebow, I believe, realized, hey, bait me.
Yeah, I'm the low HP.
Exactly, and it gives up a perfect opportunity for Lidmic to swing out from Firebox because their attention was over to jungle.
Yeah, I think the teamwork that NYU are showing right now is much better than they showed early on into the CT half, and that suggests maybe they're pretty familiar with this map.
Well, as you stated quite a bit, and it's a fact that we all have to live with, is that everybody plays Mirage, whether you like it or not.
I mean, even beyond that, though, the protocols that I'm seeing here for NYU are very solid. You know, it's not like they're dry swinging angles. They have mid control types of protocols set up.
Oh, look at this flank. I mean, it's flank only on 1, but again,
info is so big here.
Kasani, the lone player in apartment, so that's going to be a call for rotation once they fall. Certainly is. Look, immediately Laser, log in, also Reunite, ready for it, and they'll collapse on these pistol peaks. I don't think a single frag will be fall onto NYU, certainly not.
That Molotov timing, I think Limnick threw that from CT, simply sublime. I mean, that is great. You hear the comm there from Reunite, hey, they're not B. It means they got to be A, and of course, at the exact same moment, Arkansas is like, well, okay, now they know. We got to go out. And they just get denied. They were hoping for a bomb plant right there. Look, there's not enough money to go for the full invest, which is a little bit odd. They invested just a little bit too much in the last round, I guess.
Yeah, now it's another round. Full Eagles. At least there's a little bit more firepower in those hand cannons. Hand cannons. It could create a cannon or a canyon in in your skull. Whatever. It's a pistol round.
Yeah.
They're more than likely going to lose. Sea Green up in Palace. Let's see what's capable. The answer is the swift nothing.
Tebow, another triple kill, has continued to have the impact that we saw nearing the end of the last map and into this one. Logan getting on the board for the first time there, and that's partially because Tebow has just been so consistent. 8 frags already, 3 deaths, just 5 rounds. We head into round 6 with a gun buy for University of Arkansas. They have enough for the op. I don't know if they bought it. I think Sea Green has it dropped somewhere. So I think they're going to have an op as well. Tebow the same. And there we are. This could be massive. Tebow towards mid.
Set plays right now. Smoke to block off Cat. Question is just getting across the boxes in safety, but it's a one-way. Reunite, though! Unable to find the shot in the legs. It's actually Foley who turns the tables. Gets the opener. Molly inside of window. It forces the op. Tebow has to back off, but not even to safety. A wall bang from Sea Green. They've been the op criminal for Arkansas. They're back in action. The rap sheet will continue.
Yeah, and Kasami even tagged down through the boxes in mid. And I think that's what allowed the information to go towards Sea Green on where Tebow is located, and then he gets out of there. 5-on-3. Mid control is there. Slidmick needs to find information and will find that frag.
Won't find a trade, though. Site is taken. Laser blocked off from a molly, but now there's a pinch. They have a player in jungle, player in Palace to deal with, but it is going to be a rotation. Foley wants to go through spawn and through main to maybe put some pressure, but they'll hang out on ramp because the reality of the situation is Yenmar is going crazy. Logging from Ticket Booth, putting in some pressure, but it won't be enough. Swap, a freebie, Yesmar on the 3K.
And just playing around that smoke, really strong. Able to make it difficult to see them and ultimately taking 3 kills off the back of that. Yesmar having a big round when Arkansas really need it the most. That will limit the economy of NYU, will make sure that they have to rebuy a bunch of different rifles, and Logan is the only one who even has a lot of cash to work with, to fall back on. But a big turning round, considering that Arkansas don't have an op rather of their own, and they do have a Khalil as well on Gentry. This is a key moment for them.
Waiting for that singular peak, but won't be had. Forced out with the smoke and is losing all the vision. But that's standard. It's what we would have expected. Coordination out from Arkansas. The top of mid. It does come down to Reunite as the defender of Connector. Laser from Land. Seeming to be a big default, but it all comes down to this initial fight. Reunite survives, and now you've got Linmick back in mid-window, earning their keep, leaving the last 3 players in apps.
Yeah, another one of those swap-up plays, right, with the op. It was with Tebow before, the op now in Linmick, and Logan going to get the information, throwing the nade, but needs to find a couple more frags, and with Laser's help, he'll do just that.
Yasmar, though, has put in that pressure. But again, looking at a 1v4 in the moment, so it all comes down to how many bodies can they claim before they ultimately are gunned down. The answer is just 1. That's a 4th for NYU. Certainly a much better showing in the beginning of this map than what we saw back on Overpass.
Yeah, incredibly back and forth. I think a surprise for the both of us, maybe considering the back and forth nature of it. I kind of felt like there was a significant possibility that either NYU or Arkansas might start to run away with things, but so back and forth, incredible to see. And we're gonna have a Deagle round. Yeah, Smart, a little late to the party. We'll get a 250, but up against an op, it's a tough one. A little bit of damage done already though. Reunite has the help.
Seems that 3 of the potentially 5 victories that NYU has, depending on how this one plays out, which I think we could agree would head into a fifth. 3 out of the 5 victories for NYU have been on eco rounds for Arkansas, walking in with deagles or upgraded pistols at the very least. So the economic factor for the Boars has just been atrocious, essentially.
Yeah, they have struggled to get consistent purchases out. But with that being said, closer, 5-3 score. And with that being said, we're going to be jumping in and saying hello back.
Oh, hey. What's going on?
Fancy meeting you here.
5-3 so far for NYU, enjoying a healthy lead of 2.
Yeah, and not the greatest of leads, but listen, you got to take what you can, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Arkansas needing to come back into this one, have the guns out this time. You mentioned the eco rounds stat line. We just saw one of those, and now Arkansas. I feel like they've been very defaulty out towards mid pretty often, and this is what I was just about to say. We really haven't seen them go for a full execute. And this is early, but I like that they're changing things up.
And keeping it slow. There's no need to rush back into the dumps, back into the.
How do they know? How does NYU know they have everyone but one player here at A?
Because there's been no utility sent on mid, so they don't have a reason to contest on catwalk. But it opens up Foley, first one to earn their keep. But no, Gentry follows it up. Nobody here with a clear sight line of the site itself. Lindmick bombarded with flashes and everything in between. So they have secured the plant. They haven't been able to secure like very solid post plant. I like the angles that they have so far, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is deceptively strong, especially if Gentry can find a kill here. Just needs one, and that would turn everything. The smoke is going to go down onto the bomb, though, and yeah, Gentry should get a freebie. No!
Oh!
Logan turning around, and that might have been it to do. Tebow with 2 more, and Yesmar alone.
No way that this is the case. Another kill that should have been earned. Yesmar isn't able to get the jumping sloth. Gentry, Yesmar, both missing freebies there that have most definitely costed them the round. NYU, oh, they're happy about that one, but the loss bonus is strong for Arkansas. They don't have to go into the pits. They aren't in the Hooverville, the sheet metal shacks. They got the stimmy.
It's a great reference.
Yes,
Fantastic. Well played. We've been doing history today, haven't we?
yeah. It's a big history day.
Yeah. The Hoovervilles, if you don't know, were the name of the sort of shanty towns.
Yeah.
During the Great Depression,
Mm-hmm.
named after the President Hoover.
Yeah, Herbert Hoover. Hoover Dam, you may know most famously for. And good little history lesson through this tactical pause. And speaking of history, certainly isn't matching the history that we saw back on Overpass.
No.
Arkansas, hoping to not repeat the history of those previous bye rounds here on Mirage. They are struggling at the moment. They don't want to have a repeat of that post plant. It's definitely going to be burned in the memories for a little bit.
Has to be.
But maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think it is at the very least. You don't want to give away something like that, and unfortunately, it does happen. But I mean, that round is won if Gentry gets that frag, and probably should have. Rarely is it just one individual making a play that unfortunately is a key factor in the loss of the round. Unfortunately, that's one of them. So heavy heart. We get towards the next round. A big bye. It's Arkansas pressing towards mid, but they got Rio Knight's number. They have punched it in. He'll be taking a early respawn, going back towards the CT side.
A little bit of damage onto Foley, or actually a lot of bit of damage onto Foley. Tebow taking some as well as Entry. The underpass put in that extra bit of pressure, and Yesmar all the way sandwich with continued use from Entry, who's showing up in a massive way this round, looking to be a flawless endeavor. Entry going in for a third.
Now, just a second, but yeah, I mean, absolutely did make the moves. Had the big moments, applied the pressure, even though they didn't get the third kill. those two were very important. Great job for Gentry, really stepping up after, a big letdown too. That helps you get back the confidence that surely would be lost after, a bit of a fumble. But up out, Sea Green, we've seen what they can do with it, and to see them have it once again is fantastic. But do you see what I see, Los? Back on the double op.
Oh boy. Well, they're going to need some extra pressure to be imparted as Reunite is gunned down within seconds of this round starting. So the double up could be a good show of presence. Laser up on top of those cat blocks. What do they see? Nothing through the smoke. Two players have entered connector for free.
Yeah, this is a great pinch towards Zay, but of course, there's nobody actually on the site. It's going to be the first shot, though. Both the ops ring true, and maybe this can be a victory off the back of those. Just Foley alongside Sea Green, but it's an even up player 2v2.
Mick doesn't want to make a peep, doesn't want to make a move, but it doesn't matter. Up on top of the boxes, Foley secures the kill. They haven't secured the plant yet. Bit of an HE. Does some damage onto Foley, but it's not enough through the smoke, or at least around it. Arkansas are back in action. They are looking and feeling good.
I mean, Foley back in action. Really just kind of along for the ride, playing about the same as everybody else. Picks up a crazy 4K in a round where they were down and out. I mean, it was a 3-on-3. Foley bringing it back and putting up the numbers. 6-5 NYU on the save this time. Their economy gets reset. Situation all too familiar to Arkansas. Finally, they pressure NYU to do the same.
Nice kill on Tebow. This is just a set piece, but look at B. It's for free. Another stack from NYU that we've seen. A gamble one. And 2 times they rolled A. 2 times they lost it all.
Yeah, that's true. Though, I mean, honestly, you're 50-50. Sometimes your coin flip doesn't work. You put it all on red and it comes up black. It's the case here. Of course, still opportunity to grab an exit or two. Don't know if it would be worthwhile to even save the USPs, though Laser with the 5-7, a little bit more reasonable to try and get that into the next round if they wanted.
No, I would have recommended the knife there, if it were me personally.
Yeah, but you're toxic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's economic. It's not just for funsies.
It's true.
That's a whole lot of cash.
Yeah, big wad of cash for sure. And this is, I mean, that's brutal. You just poke your head in, not realizing that there's 2 players down in the back corner there. Tough task at 6-6. Arkansas doing a good job of mounting, that small little comeback. It was NYU who was initially on the back foot, brought it back up to 6 rounds. I think they did get 4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, and now they're right next to a perfect comeback once again.
Set pieces, setting the table here on mid. No one to contest it. Not a bit of hesitation, but just a realization of the dangers at hand. Players at the top, mid. Foley, phenomenal. What we've been seeing in these last couple rounds. Will that continue? Crossfires here. You've got Tebow putting the shot, catwalk, dismantled. Kasani brings out a little bit of a trade for them to not feel so cheated.
Yeah, nice frag. Here's the execute, though. It's towards A. Molotov, then a flashbang as well. Kasani applying pressure from the connector. Lindmick really needs to win this fight and will do just that. Keeping them in it, but only for a moment. 3-on-3, Los. And a big round. This will potentially turn the tide for the half.
Big round and a big flank. We've got Reunite through ramp, looking for a potential opener there, or at least an opening for them to ring true. It's Reunite finding the Opera in Palace, and
Oh.
a second Kasani in jungle. Kit picked up.
Actually, no kit, but yeah.
No, okay. Well,
He still has it. No problem. There's a kit right in front of him, though.
Yeah. He's not gonna. Nope. He's just gonna ignore that.
Actually,
Op is important.
yeah, I think that was actually pretty close. I'm pretty sure. It's hard to tell, but
I didn't like the beep speed.
yeah,
The beep speed was getting a little too fast.
stepping up just a little bit too far. But what a time for Reunite to come alive, right? You know, not that he's been playing bad. It's just not the same. Like, when you set the tone for, like, 22 frags and a half, and then you don't do that, it is comparably not as great. But steps up when it's mattering the most in those big rounds. Big clutch 1v2.
You know, it's a great performance, and it kind of, this time here on Mirage, we've got Linmic Sloth, who I didn't believe had too much time to shine in the previous map. Now they're putting up numbers, especially back on the op. So it's good that Reunite doesn't have to be that savior.
Yeah, and this is also one of those things where having two ops can really be good. Tebow, as mentioned, I mean, you said in the you know, between maps, like, good with the rifle too. Don't have to pick up the op. Linmic, feeling good with it on Mirage, steps up with it.
Laser creeping out from Cat, no problems at all. And there hasn't been much in terms of ground gain for Arkansas. D-Green, though, they're on site. Beautiful shot onto Laser. And it'll begin the op duel. Make adjusts to the stairs. Not sure if Seagreen will be expecting it, but there's two players here. It's a leg shot. Yesmar takes out the opposition. Or Yesmar is taken out by Login, and it clears up the site for Linmic to finish it out themselves for the USB. 8-6 now. Final round of the first half.
Man, what a back and forth situation this has been. It's been so pleasant to watch these teams duke it out. Back to the double op for NYU. They get the money and they instantly go for it. Of course, last round, no consequences economically here either. 8-7 would be fitting, wouldn't it?
Would be nice.
Yeah.
Would be nice for our theme, but dynamic duel. However, a lot of damage so far. Reunite picking up 2 with the aggression, the fast forward play that we've usually seen from them when it comes to attempting to take mid, and it has paid off tremendously. 2 kills for them. Tebow putting in that extra pressure. This round, all done for. This half certainly won by NYU. Going to be 9-6. Yesmar here just for just to pad those stats. I mean, I'm not going to count him out. I'm going to say there can always be a possibility, Vincent.
That's true. But
the possibility was incredibly low, and the round played out of the corner.
That it did. 9-6, both maps, actually. That's pretty interesting, especially when you put into context the fact that, you know, both of these pistol rounds for the T side were won by Arkansas. Or rather, both the pistol rounds for Arkansas go their way. And, you know, still losing the half both times. I think that's a bit concerning, of course. CT side, preferred side on Mirage, even if it's by a small margin. And I know a lot of teams who really flourish on their CT sides as well. So we'll have to see if that will be the case for University of Arkansas. Similarly, buying up a bit of utility for this pistol round. Got a no kit, to be fair. Which is a little bit weird when you're buying that much utility.
Push out from a ramp entry. My ticket is Big Chillin'. Somehow Foley has not been dealt with. Logan and Tebow, they're just standing out in the open, and no one is able to find those kills and put them to rest. Tebow and Reunite. Last one's alive. That bomb will most certainly be planted. No, it's actually canceled because it realized Kasani was going for the push, attempting to stop it. Reunite from ramp. Keep them safe. Realizes it has to be Seagreen up at the top of staircase. And now the pistol rounds have exchanged hands. But going back to the pistol round theory, it's been completely shattered with the results of Overpass, right?
It certainly has. You know, listen, I was just memeing. It was all a joke the whole time. There was nothing behind that.
It's a theory, so we can be wrong.
Yeah, See, I love it. Yeah, exactly. Theory busted, just like NYU busting at the chops of University of Arkansas. You know what? They have stepped up such a massive way, and I was loving it until I saw this P90. I haven't seen a P90 in official in so long.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
Uh,
What
I
are we
mean,
doing here, Laser?
like it's just so expensive. Like Mac 10 is just better gun, and it's less expensive.
Oh, they didn't die.
I mean,
They
they
didn't
only
die
got
immediately.
$300 for it. Paid $2,350.
Might be able to get 600 if they're going for that push. And Laser, I don't see why you wouldn't. There it is. Investment repaid? Not quite.
It's
maybe
close.
maybe if another one comes back in the next round, which
Possible.
you have to die with that P90. You can't just trade up and buy a rifle after that. That's
No.
you gotta take that one to the grave.
That's exactly right. There's no world where you can get rid of it, especially how much money you invested to get it. Memes aside, P90 and all the jokes, it's fine, effective enough. It did the job. NYU up to 11, the 5-round advantage. This is, I like the second round save for Arkansas. Like that feels good, but it also makes it so that they are limited in their utility. They're pretty much already using most of it in the opening stages of this round.
Oli and Kasani. Pairs on mid. Laser. P90 underpass. Predator. Coming through. Oh, almost removes Foley. 10 HP. And finally, the biggest investment, the boat of a gun that just seems to be a massive waste of money. It will be stopped.
Okay. Listen, it's not like a Negev or something. I mean, to be fair, the Negev is good value at this point. It's not like an auto or something like that. We're giving it a little bit too much crap.
I think the auto has a little bit more viability then, don't you? Than a P90? If you were going to pick one of them? But this is an actually important round. Lidnick in a 1v2. Real rifles in hand. Sprayed a lot. Takes a decent amount of damage. 33 HP through the smoke. Hasn't even left Palace yet.
Yeah, great work from Yasmar. Just applying that pressure. It makes it so difficult and even connects a few shots through that. But now, Seagreen, this is maybe a little questionable. Splitting up. Don't want to see that, but Yasmar's going to hit the shot. Sort of bailing out Arkansas in a win in the full buy round, or maybe you could call that a bit of a bonus round with the P90, but everybody else had rifles, and I'm wondering, yeah, Lindwick a little low, but everybody else had money to buy. It's not going to be the most flashy purchase with the limited flashes, limited utility, but it's okay. NYU will get the guns out regardless.
Except for Logan.
It's a Glock.
Bro is glocked up on a
With
Friday
armor?
evening with armor.
What a lad.
What a Chad even.
I'd say. Glock armor, that's outrageous. You don't see that?
Sea Green. On the other side of that smoke. Wayne with open arms. Hoping anyone can walk through, but unfortunately, Reunite is not the guest you'd like to welcome. Kasani keeping things civil. 1 for 1. But Laser out from apartments. It's about to be a waterfall into the smoke. Yesmar awaiting everybody from NYU walking into the crosshairs. A 3K. And B site is well defended indeed. The bomb is over there. Their chances of winning this round are out of here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to check that site. You just have to. Especially when that smoke goes down, too. I think that was a T-sided smoke, but it's just so common to see somebody kind of lurking in behind it. You haven't killed a site player. You just killed a catwalk player. And NYU make a big blunder by not checking things down. Yesmar with a ridiculous 3K. Even catching the last player there on the rotation in. Gun round no more. NYU had a couple of deagles. Run into a bit of utility damage. They're out today.
Lidnick, Gentry, both earning kill for themselves. Oh my god, this is such a...
Okay.
And the audacity of this plant right in front of Foley. He says, I don't care at all. My homeboys got me, and they got the plant down. But ultimately, This laser can just pick up a rifle off of that. Will be caught out by Kasani, and this should be a defusal.
Yeah, just a Glock for Lynn. Make a little damage done, but not to be had. Arkansas taking a ninth. So, check in since the half, right? 9-6. Arkansas got 3 rounds here. They've been able to pull this back. But NYU, they have picked up a few of them their own, and that really helps them to continue to have this lead, solidify their position. And then, of course, CT side economy, well, it's not looking great. Kasani and Yesmar, they've got the additional utility, or rather the additional money, but Arkansas, everybody else, pretty poor.
This is a must-win. All have been big down position. Only 2 between them, but just to get closer to the map point, everything is going to be difficult. Login removes Gentry, even though it cost them so much health. Laser and Reunite, putting down the law, and forces Sea Green and Yesmar. They realize this is not going to be a winnable moment. They have to save.
I think they should hunt here. Really important to find these frags. It absolutely turned the tide, and sticking around a little bit longer as Yesmar wants to take that fight, but Laser, that's a good timing. They're not going to really realize the position of Laser, but oh boy, not the greatest of spray. Yesmar has been so good with that AK.
Reunite falls as well. It's not a successful hunt. The hunters are becoming the hunted, falling right into the trap. Arkansas, and it will continue. And it cannot. They have to stop here. There has to be some reasonable moment where they find that this is not a profitable venture.
Yeah, a bit overzealous. Or I mean, not overzealous. I said they needed to look for it, but their spacing was a little bit rough. Yesmar able to take gunfight after gunfight and ultimately come away victorious. So, because of that, what was an NYU like easy victory, nearly 5 players survive, is actually going to turn into something difficult for them. NYU barely able to make the purchase this time. Their economy limited.
Molly and Apps, big weights. B, not exactly where they want to hit. Hasn't been a successful take on that site. The last few opportunities they've taken. A is usually a big brawl, a big shootout, and it costs bodies, but they eventually end up on top. But B is a no-go.
Yeah, I mean, that one round from Yesmar really sort of stamping the ticket on that idea. But if you look, there's only the one smoke, and well, the flash is already gone too. Totally not here to be investing that. But still.
Sani, Sea Green. No one can stop them. Linmick is unable to make a connection. Like, have lost control of that bomb. Lost control of the round, I would say, even. And it's all up to Laser. You can take 1, but can they take 4?
Not a chance. 10-12. Arkansas making the comeback slowly but surely. It's not been clean by any means, but who needs clean? You just need the rounds. Still 2,400 loss bonus for NYU, but no bomb plant equals no buy. Or maybe they will go for the buy. Tebow, a hero rifle. Ambitious, Los, what do you think?
I mean, why not? It's time to send it. They have to make sure that they could keep a gap between themselves and Arkansas, and if they were going to save this round, it would end up in a loss. If you are willing to make that risk, you might as well give it your best shot. Entry, Dark. Entry, with the real name, it's Good Entry, as they often have been. They're the greatest opener for Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, alongside Seagreen, most definitely. Tebow, though, speaking of opening, finding a great opening right there. Sani with a nice timing, but unfortunately jumping a little bit too wide, and this is that force buy. Tebow, he had the gun, and it's working wonders. He's got 3 frags.
Yes, Mar. In just a unwinnable situation. Flanked, looking at mid window. Hit from Ticket Booth. There wasn't much that they could do. And that is simply a phenomenal round for New York University. Tebow, with that hero rifle, it just created, wouldn't say confusion, but it just created confidence for the rest of NYU to take plays that on a regular buy would just seem too risky because it's such a large investment.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say if NYU win this game, they might have win this game based on that round, based on the fact that it resets the economy of Arkansas. Big victory to push NYU's own economy up, and oh, he's gonna let him walk by. How many?
Gotta be all of them. No, Seagreen able to take that revenge onto Lynn but since they were so spread apart, it's understandable that won't be able to take them all down. Now with AK in hand, hoping for a bit more, but won't be the case. Pistol rush just to try and find something and play those numbers, but all they found was 14th round for NYU.
And a nice solidification of the economy with 4 players surviving too. NYU are going to be doing a whole lot off the back of this, and even after the save, because of the lower loss bonus, Arkansas really aren't getting a good buy. They've got 3 MP9s to 2 rifles. Yeah, they got more utility because of the MP9s, but that might be a problem for them.
Oh, wait a minute. Yesmar. Potentially hoping to get a position inside of Abs. No. Boost was missed and it's denied.
Oh.
Yet Kasani putting in work along with Seagreen. It's 2 dead for NYU. Not much gained in return. Bit of a position of login on Cat. But it's Kasani right around.
Mentioned how it could be difficult for Arkansas, but found 2 frags, both with the, rather one with the MP9, one with the rifle, and now turn this on its head. There's been so many of these types of rounds where you at least tentatively think, okay, the advantage is to one side, and then it just gets turned on its head.
Slowing it down, back in mid, dropping utility to make mid window. Just not a viable option. And the second that Seagreen takes it, they're ripped apart. But at the same time, that's information. They know all 3 are mid. Can adjust accordingly. Because look at underpass. You've got a problem.
Hello.
Their name is Yesmar. Might be a moment for login, potentially to spot them. Certainly not the case. Yesmar earns it. Just can back away. Like a thief in the night.
20 seconds. This is time to save. I don't think that there's any chance to get onto a site if you are the T's. NYU. Giving it up. At least he'll take out Yesmar, a little economic damage. 10 seconds, maybe they're going to
for it.
I mean, that's the problem. You can't check anything. Ultimately, they'll go down. Maybe it would have been better to go for the save, but they do have money.
They are sitting on, after this buy, not exactly the biggest cash supply, but they can buy for at least this round and log in and laser. Have a bit of funds if they need some more supplies going into the next round. It's 14-11, University of Arkansas really asserting themselves as a team that's not going to give up.
No time to give up at this point. Have to be pushing 150%. That's what we're seeing. 14-11. Not a lot of space for any sort of mistakes. Not a lot of space for even a round or 2 go NYU's way. NYU, a bit of a slower approach this time. I like this. Smoke. Yeah, Seagreen should have that for free. And yeah, there go. Up opening up.
Unite up in Palace. Nobody's there waiting for him, but it's actually Foley who's having a blast. Taking some cover around the smoke by the staircase, and the sprays continue. They're good to go. Tebow, the only one who can impart a connection. They're the last one alive. 1v4. It's over, certainly. Gentry is the one who will ensure that fact. 14 now to 12. Arkansas, only a single casualty in the previous.
It's so impressive when Arkansas pick up those types of rounds because it's just the small things, right? Little bit of a peek from Seagreen over the top of the smoke. Reads the underpass situation that, I mean, New York have been going underpass pretty much every round. And so I'd love to see Arkansas realizing and recognizing what's been going wrong and then apply some counter punching to that situation.
Foley was potentially bringing out the
Oh!
smoke, but Reunite smokes them instead. Seagreen, Yop out from jungle, and Gentry playing it quiet removes Tebow. Still alive. They haven't been dealt with.
What?
And they're just given free access. Maybe it was a bad comm. Maybe they didn't know where he was, but that's a 3K, a 4K even.
You just can't. You can't give that up. I mean, clearly there wasn't any knowledge of where Gentry was at, but nobody even turned around. Nobody looked that direction. I'm not sure what the call was, but it certainly wasn't the right one. And that changes things once again. Mentioned the turning point for NYU potentially being that one round where Tebow had the hero rifle, picked up a quad kill. That one, potential turning round for Arkansas as Gentry finds a quad, a successful spray down. Nobody checking him at all.
Such pain for NYU. However, now it's in the underpass. Incendiary is going to be fatal. Log in. Just escapes beyond the fire, only to enter the firing range. There's nowhere to go.
None whatsoever. Shot by Lindmick. That's one of those hard shots, Los, like to be looking up in that situation. Difficult to hit, but it'll just be the one. Reunite had a frag as well, but now it's just Lindmick. 1-on-3. And it's going the distance once again. These two teams, incredibly close. Feels like a push and a pull. Just a small wind, a little breeze could push one team or another over the finish line.
Yeah. I mean, with how shaky NYU has been in these previous rounds, it seems that they've fell apart. Unable to have an effective hit on either side. Simply losing composure when it comes to those high-intensity moments, especially from what we saw in the previous round. You know, this is a Deagle round.
Mm-hmm.
Understandable that they'll be put to rest quite easily.
Yeah. But before this, we weren't seeing Deagle rounds. I mean, a couple of rounds in a row. And, I mean, it's been a nice comeback. I forget what the score was that we started with on the comeback, but now Lindmick really needs to die, actually.
That's what they want, and that's what they'll get. Foley, the one to give that last request. It's 14-14. This is the potential for University of Arkansas to take this map for themselves and bring us to the decider.
Foley dropping over a gun to Sonny. Some adjustments on the weapons front as well. Login. Playing that bank account role. Throwing over the op to Tebow this time. We've seen it with Lindmick. Tebow's been rifling stupendously. Seagreen on the other side has it as well, but going over towards mid. Not where Tebow's at. Instead, it's more of a default approach for NYU, which is understandable in an important round like this. You don't want to give away early frags for no reason. You hope that you'll see somebody giving up a frag for yourself.
Smokes dissipate. Mollies replace them. No movement on either side. Foley dancing on the staircase for anyone to pass through in Palace. Delivered. Yasmar on the information on the box on site. There's some utility. There is no bomb. Headed over onto A site to find Gentry in firebox. Lindmick Sloth falls. They haven't cleared him. They have to know he's here. But what's the follow-up? Tebow with a Glock takes down that firebox player. Was this all a ruse to earn B site? Look at the rotation from Tebow. He has the bomb. B belongs to Laser.
Yeah, I mean, if this was all a ruse, a plan to begin with, it was not a well thought out one. The time and Kasani should have this guarantee. No!
Oh!
Tebow with a turnaround, a ridiculous shot, and Laser connects as well. A chance now for NYU, but wasting precious seconds was Tebow. Gonna be planning for the catwalk. One player from Apps. No, rather Tebow taking so much time understandably wanting to clear things out, but might be as undoing as it will be at 15. Foley putting Arkansas up and into the map point.
Minimum overtime for Arkansas. Foley, they have been the MVP, coming up in so many clutch scenarios.
Is that 28? No, 26. Seeing is hard. Tough out here. Oh, it is 28 for Tebow, just for the record. Feels bad. Not quite the look that New York wanted. They have the guns. They have the weaponry. Oh, and Sea Green had a big chance right there.
Both uppers had a major chance. We have Tebow in the glass cannon. No armor.
Oh, yeah.
Sani out from Cat. Oh! Along with Foley. Removing two from this pressure. Now what's the thought? What's the movement? Everyone is so spread out, but Reunite earns one. Maybe a second to follow it up as they take a look toward jungle.
Ooh.
But no. They are handily dismantled. Foley continues to be that player.
28 now, for real this time. To Tebow, I mean, has to clutch. Last round of the game. Spotted. Spots one out, but he has the time at least. It's not going to happen. Yet Smart will close things out, and that is map number 2. Going to Arkansas. We go to a third.
Wow, in the same score line, but reversed. 16-14. The come up for Arkansas is incredibly similar. We're headed to Vertigo for that decider. We'll check that out in just a quick bit, so don't go anywhere. May Starly Counter-Strike returns in just a few moments. And we're back with such a back and forth series with Overpass going to NYU 16-4, Mirage going to Arkansas 16-4.
14.
16-14. There was a 4 in there.
Yeah. We were close enough. You just missed the one. It's okay.
Well, there was a lot of ones that were missed.
To be fair, we've had like 4 16-14 maps today.
Yeah.
So, I think we get a break.
That is the case. Now, you may have noticed I'm wearing a jacket currently. Now, there's 2 reasons for that. Well, actually 3. It's a little bit cold in the studio. There's ice in University of Arkansas's veins, and New York University froze up.
They sure did, man. I mean, they should, like, all things considered, should have closed that. That said, it happens. I kind of feel the same way I felt about Arkansas on the first map, about NYU on the second. With that being said, Vertigo. And I didn't catch who won that 9th round, actually. I think starting on the T side, not the worst situation, even though everybody starts out on the CT side if they get the choice. But this map, for me, is not exactly fully CT-sided. You can pull off victories on the T side. So I actually think that this is going to come down to just getting back to that strong start we were talking about before. And honestly, just trying to power through. I mean, this is a long best of 3.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the only thing that'll make it longer is if we hit some nice overtime.
Shut up. Anyway, NYU on the CT side, going to be seeing that through. Arkansas on the other side. Actually, I think things are flipped.
Yes.
There we go. We got it. We're good.
That is the case. Hey, it is what it is. NYU on the T's. Reunite. Going up and down that ladder. Looking for a bit of information. B is going to be the hit. Smoke at the top of the staircase, just denying any info. Behind the board is nobody. In fact, Reunite is catching out a major flank.
Yeah, double push there. Not a bad idea, I don't think, from Arkansas, but you can't get caught. That's the key part of that. Sonny gonna go down as well. This is bad. Going from bad to worse, and honestly, SMR can stop this train from rolling. He's already got 2.
He's gravely injured. Gentry.
Hi.
A big find. Reunite. Starting off hot 3K. Yesmar feeling similar. Then again,
19 health.
19 health. 3 players.
Not the best situation, particularly. Listen, I love some dualies, but I don't feel like the dualies are great at this range.
This man is dodging crate. He has not been hit.
How has he not been hit?
I mean, he's not landing hits either. It's just a little bit of fun.
I have a request for our production team. When are we going to get a dually overlay? Every overlay doesn't have dualies. It's not fair. Show the dualies some love, man.
What is a dually overlay?
So the on the left side, it just looks like a P250.
Oh,
yeah.
That eats into the budget too much.
I mean, fair enough. But I'm a dually enjoyer. Okay, I need to know.
Dually denizen even, but now we have the massacre taking place at a ramp. Kind of what we would have expected. Upgraded pistol. Oh, Reunite. I guess it just didn't appear. Yesmar, with great timing, comes great responsibility as well as an AK-47.
Is that how that goes?
I've heard that that has been said before.
Okay. By who?
It's been said.
Tupac.
It's been said. Yeah. Well, we could talk. We could talk.
Talk to Pac.
We could talk Mr. Shakur. In a little bit. Actually, we could reference it now. The rose that grew through concrete. It's kind of what Arkansas feels like after facing so much adversity, losing that first map and coming back for a second. Maybe there will be a rose that grew through concrete to earn Vertigo for themselves, but not yet since the first 2 going over to NYU.
Yeah, but as we've seen, those, I mean, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but, like, man, it hasn't mattered. There really hasn't been a consistent factor. Winning those opening rounds and getting the early start hasn't actually netted a victory. And it really hasn't netted anything beyond just a few rounds. As, I mean, the consistency of Arkansas whenever they aren't actually getting the pistol round, they just save instantly. A lot of teams going for that force buy, especially the higher levels, but I got a lot of respect for Arkansas just going for the save, but it does put them in a weird position like this one where, yes, Mark collects an AK, but they're still working with an MP9 on Gentry. I just don't understand.
And now that they have some real firepower, what is it going to earn them? Singular kill onto Login over Reunite in the work. And they are clearing it out. It does cost them some bodies. Currently a 3v2. The last two players, Yesmar and Kasani, they've got a crossfire. They can earn maybe another, and just even the odds, even the tide, stop the plant. Could be a good moment for them to break into this round and get there first, but it won't be the case. A Molly onto Kasani.
Oh, goodbye.
Tebow, beautiful placement, both with the Molly as well as the next headshot to follow, earning their third in a row.
Big round there in New York. Making the moves. The first gun round of the half. And like I said, the fact that Arkansas didn't really have a great buy behind it is a little bit concerning. I feel like they maybe should have managed the money just a little bit differently. You would have liked to have, something other than an MP9 over towards Side Hall. But what's done is done. 3-0. The favor of NYU. They're going to have a big advantage into this round with the weaponry that they have on deck. Early nade, big chip damage there.
Yeah, look at Kasani and Foley. I mean, they're just going to walk into the meat grinder. That's all they can do.
I thought that was a knife.
Yeah, I was hoping it was. Laser has no idea what's going on, but they earned a frag, and that's something we can all respect. Don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
but I'm still winning.
Getting frags no matter what. Big fan of that. Tebow through the wall. Collect a final one. 2 kills, sort of the bog standard. Nothing too impressive. Nothing too bad either.
Now money's back in the hands up for Sea Green. That's what they need.
That's such a critical part of the CT side of this map, Los, is the AWP. And getting that out early is so important often to getting your CT side rolling. CC Green have that out, going over towards ramp by the looks of it. This is potentially the way to get into this one. Pick up the first round.
Bit of a Molotov or incendiary drop to not exactly halt, but delay look up on a ramp. Players here, at least off the rip, off the initiative. 3 players to greet them here from Arkansas. It's slow. It's methodical. But the main issue here is going to be the potential for Tebow, or actually no, Lindnick, to make their way through mid. Kasani, the first contact, and they have secured it.
A dry swing. This too looking to be a dry swing. I don't know if this Sea Green got spotted. Yeah, Lindmick seemed to be aware, but still took the fight. And I'm not a fan of that from NYU.
No, that's a giveaway. A huge one at that. I mean, especially after Reunite Lindmick failed to earn a kill out on mid. Now they're just falling apart. Pieces of what they were at the beginning of this round, and not even a single take of damage. Sea Green's got a little bit, but nothing in the arsenal. 2 smokes and a flash here for NYU to take this site.
Seems like at this point should be for free, this hold, but of course, that on delays or Kasani, but it's actually smart, and Kasani to take those first. Easily done. And that's on the board, a University of Arkansas taking what looked to be a pretty easy round, but ultimately I think NYU, the ones that deserve the credit, they really just walked into the crosshairs of University of Arkansas there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of utility, but it was all sent out for what exactly? There wasn't a play that worked off of it. They sent out some smokes and flashes, but when it came time to actually make engagements, it was with nothing.
Yeah. Ooh, speaking of engagement, Sea Green, there's an opening pick we would love to see consistently. Talked about the op and its importance here. We see it in the opening pick.
Ooh, Lindmick earning a nice opener there on the scaffolding. Oli, up by sandbags, is certain to be mollied, and they've got the preventative smoke to just to give the quick answer, the confirmation. Somebody's there. Kasani drops the smoke as well, just to deny the information, but Foley removed with a nade. Kobe.
Easy pick up. And that's a 4-on-3. Kasani could bring this back, but they don't know.
What
Lidmic,
is
when are you
going
going to
on
find
here?
out? It's so hard to see, and Lidmic's patience pays off.
That was a bold move from Kasani, and an understandable one just to try and get ahead of NYU since they've got those picks. But it's a rotation. Only Yesmar is waiting on the site itself, the back of it, and the back pillar. And it'll be a slow rotation for Sea Green, and they've got the op. That's a big investment, and it is thrown away. Reunite, waking up once again. Awaken him.
Yeah, and Lidmic, I think, deserving a lot of credit there, too. Patience inside hall, making sure not to over-aggress and just waiting for that smoke to fade. Had an inkling, clearly, of what was going on and was a bit suspicious. And that suspicion pays off. Arkansas, not out of the buys just yet. Limited in utility, but still a very solid purchase with rifles for everybody. Just a single FAMAS, and that might be changed here.
Surprised Reunite was able to secure that kill onto Sea Green. Foley there. Earn the 1-for-1. But now they've got information. Foley has to back off. Tebow, first look with the op, but it's actually Lidmic. The shot through the smoke inside all. Gentry gone. Molly forces Foley back. There's no safety on Tetris. They're out in the open.
Yeah, the bomb's going to go down pretty much for free. Lidmic just double-checking, making sure nobody's going forward. Foley would love to get back in here, but the problem is limited utility, just a single kit. Foley has the only one. And there's a boatload of that utility for the defense of this bomb. Honestly, they don't know it, but this is over.
Oh, no. Log in. The singular kill onto Kasani. I mean, they realized it now. If they didn't know it before, not enough time and too many opponents. And I think this is the greatest lead that NYU have had throughout this entire series.
Is it, man? Yeah, it's close. I mean, NYU, they've had some big runs, haven't they? You know, a couple here and there, but nothing super significant. As we head into this 6-1 scoreline, Arkansas, they're starting to run out of options. Loss bonus really building up, 39 hundo. Full loss bonus at this point. So they can buy pretty consistently, but just noticed Gentry is a secret agent right now. 1-6.
Ooh. Oh boy.
Not great, especially when Gentry had such a big impact last map, really pushing Arkansas into a very close game.
I mean, that's great entry right there. Gentry unable to earn that title, or at least keep it. Maybe that's why it has been it's a factor. Everyone has to play their role here. Sea Green on the op, Gentry simply the big dog, taking those initial fights, but won't be the case. Kasani, surprisingly late to track onto Laser.
He's
laser
blind.
focused, yeah.
Yeah, Laser didn't see a darn thing there. Lidmic, how does Lidmic keep winning these fights? 2 quick wins there. Keeps them in it. Lidmic. And now a 3-on-3 for NYU. 50 seconds remaining. Foley in a 4th position inside hall. Might be time for a rotation back, but you see the smoke goes out at B, actually. That thrown by Yesmar. Just in case a rotation was to come. Patience, the name of the game here. Foley spotted, but he still wins.
It's just about being in too deep. NYU felt like they were entrenched into A. They have to make a commitment, and the rotation would just be a sloppy exec onto B because of the limited amount of time. But it's going to be that on A. Regardless, I don't even know if they can make this a possibility. Maybe they just have to save. Or
Well,
maybe not.
I mean, just find the Fraglos. It's easy when you do that.
You know, I didn't think about that. But 5 seconds left. They've got to get this plant down. And that's all they'll be able to do. Unite hiding around the boxes as Yesmar just charges in as if he has a bayonet. Removes Reunite and earns the second round here for University of Arkansas.
Big props, though, to Reunite for creating 2 1v1s there. Did have a chance to take that victory, but yeah, University of Arkansas, second round on the board. Their economy not perfect, but Yesmar, the only one with extra cash. I hadn't been paying attention to NYU too much, but Tebow, prior to the beginning of this round, he's just spent a boatload. Had pretty much everything, so that will allow the full rebuy of NYU into this next round.
Oh, look at that. A very forward position from Gentry. They're mad. they heard that we were talking smack. Said, I'm going to take business into my own hands. We'll see if that's going to be the case. In fact, it's just an intimidation factor as they immediately ran back toward drop.
Foley, though, taking the opening pick. Sidehall seems to be a position he's comfortable in. Nearly catching a second there as well, but he'll fall back. And I like this decision, Los. No need to take this fight. You've already got the man advantage. You've already done about a lot of damage to a couple of additional players on NYU. Force them to make the play. Force them to step into that role.
You have to slow it down. I mean, no progression for NYU in this moment. But Reunite, I'm liking this boost. Might be able to catch out potentially Sea Green if they expose themselves, but with an open hand, there's zero reason for that to happen. However, ooh, nice little re-peek. Sea Green, seeing lots of green. Well, just a little bit of green after a kill.
Two players surviving, but 26 seconds. They got to start going. Do NYU. They're all three going to be moving in. Yesmar close range has help from the backside.
Yesmar blind, but so must have been Lindnick. But it doesn't matter. Login coming through, creating a great deal of opportunity. But in this moment, they have to plant. There's only a few seconds left. Sea Green, Yanti pushing up toward Jenny. And that is going to be it. Kasani playing with her body gives Sea Green the moment to swing back and hit him with the op. 3 for the Arkansas Boars.
Yeah.
Call that. That's just their logo.
I mean, yeah. I guess we should probably double check. Arkansas, they played that pretty much perfectly. They didn't over-aggress. They waited to play for the 1v1, and then, of course, at the very end, Sea Green waiting for the shots come through from Tebow. Tebow takes that first frag, and, of course, Sea Green in position whenever they come back for more. NYU still buying. No op this time, though. And do we get down to a EWP for Sea Green? What's the verdict?
It's Razorbacks.
That's what I said, isn't it?
I think while you may have said that, I was already mid-research.
No, I'm making things up. I'm doing a bit of trolling.
Okay,
Apologies to the Razorbacks. We will get it right next time.
Now the Razorbacks currently still up 5-on-5. Sea Green continues to be an ever-looming presence on mid. That is, it's going to be the infinitely deterring factor against NYU. They don't want to mess with that, and understandably so. It's only ended in tremendous pain.
I wouldn't want to mess with that. Not by a long shot. B-site seems the only logical conclusion here, especially with the lack of ramp control. It's going to be a push. Here we go. Straight up onto B. Nobody playing close range, but there's many on the back towards Generator. And all three of those players trying to commit at the same time, but Reunite able to connect the shot.
A lot of these bullets ripping through the smoke. Finally, we'll be able to end in some frags. Tebow with the HE. Makes it a bit easier. Now the bomb planted. The pressure is on the Razorbacks, and as they feel it, it feels much easier for NYU to actually impart a plan. After 3 in a row, I believe, it's Now they've earned their 7th. But it feels like they've been in such a big deficit these last couple of rounds because they've just been slow, and it has been Arkansas have been in control.
Yeah, it's been Arkansas picking them apart very, very slowly but surely. You know, you get the opening pick, and then Arkansas falls back and waits, and then another pick, and then Arkansas falls back and waits. And NYU have just kind of felt like they were waiting for some sort of, moment to jump in. It never really happened. Sea Green still continues to be a menace here in mid, even without the AWP.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Reunite. And AK reclaimed Lee in the smoke. I mean, we've seen this story before. Are they going to be a victor this time? No. But a lot of damage done. Unfortunately, no finishers. Laser and Login. Both a nice, some eco-fraggers pad those stats.
Yeah, and a good money-building round, too. 4 players survive for NYU, and they add up on those stacks. Reunite, the only one forced to rebuy. Arkansas, back on the op. Sea Green, we talked about him. Needs to continue that situation we've seen at mid time and time again. What will be had?
Now it's Tebow. Again with the op. I believe they had it in the previous round, but this is the round that it actually matters, right? They're going up against real rifles. Foley. If they could spot this out, I don't think they're going to be checked. No, not in the slightest. Laser's gone. Retaliation from Linmick attempting a wallbang, but nothing is earned out of that endeavor. So it's a freebie for the Razorbacks.
Big one to walk away from with Laser having a triple kill in the last gun round. That B take, he stepped up big time, and to take him out here is definitely a step in the right direction. Of course, it's not done yet. Oh, bit of a miss flash there. Linmick can't quite connected.
That's why you get 2.
Yeah, just in case you missed the first one. Sure, that was the intention. Sea Green, nothing but ill intent there towards the opposition, taking it out. Additional man.
Okay, Reunite. Playing like an action hero, thinking he's John Wick, jumping out a drop and gets dropped the second that he comes into view. And this re-entry into a purchased round for University of Arkansas. Looking quite nice, however. Kasani is expecting this, and Login able to secure the plant. No, they have to realize that they want to destroy this economy. No bomb plant for NYU and University of Arkansas. Round after round, they are always making an impact on NYU, win or lose.
Yeah, it definitely has been one of those games thus far where, despite NYU having an 8-4 scoreline right this moment, it's always been pretty close. There hasn't been a ton of dominant rounds outside the first couple, and when they have, I mean, they've been turning big turnarounds, especially for the NYU economy. This being one of them. Both teams on the cusp of near breaking. They are set up in ramp per usual.
Oh, Tebow. A beautiful headshot through the smoke. That clears things up. Now their opportunities are wide open. No one there by sandbags. No one inside hall. It's just Foley, actually. The only player here, I mean, Gentry has come to provide some support. But they don't want to take advantage of the space they've created. They're actually going to allow Arkansas to sweat a bit. Even apply some pressure on mid.
Oh, I don't know necessarily if this is going to be the right call because, okay, no, they are grouping up now. This is good. Much better. With Tebow finding that opening shot. And the Molly as well.
Foley in trouble.
Nearly down by that Molly.
No head peeking over. And that's smart from Foley, but here comes a nade. That misses. It doesn't land.
Bounce wide. Not quite there. 30 seconds. I mean, it's time to plant. Utility-wise, I mean, there's a Molly. Foley has a Molly. Could deny the plant here.
Oh, Foley's gone.
Never mind.
And it's hidden in the fire as well. Linmick pushes up against the team, holding it down that we thought it was going so well. Yesmar 1v4. It's got to be an ace if they want to do anything here, and it certainly will not be.
No, I mean, even with the kit, just grab the op, get the heck out of there. NYU confirming a 9th round T-side as well. Not only winning the half, but confirming themselves a good look. This is looking like NYU. They can finally close things out. That's been their difficulty the whole time, hasn't it? Is closing things, both this fast map and on overpass.
Yeah, it seems that the clutch factor toward the end has been just it's a pain point. It's a struggle moment, but I don't think that's going to be the case if this trend continues with a big gap.
They had 9-6 both halves.
9-6. Well, they just got to turn it into an 11-4.
All right, fair enough.
That's the only way NYU wins this. If this half ends 11-4, otherwise, I think Arkansas can turn the tables on the second half.
I mean, we've seen it before. I don't doubt it, to be honest. 3-P9s this round, though, for Arkansas. Not the best, but Sea Green still with the op. Obviously, a big factor, but very aggressive is Kasani. Caught out, basically not able to connect anything. A little bit of damage, sure, but still, the man advantage going the way of NYU.
Look at all the damage. Login has to be the first body on the site. Barely any health to them. Need to play for information, bait the rest of their team. Sea Green doesn't connect the shot.
Oh,
it must have hit the generator or something,
did.
but they can't. Finally, as they enter into the site after so much time, so much delay, they are entering hell, essentially, through the smoke. Reunite earns 1, but Lynn McSloth finds 2. Lynn McSloth finds 3.
I mean, that was incredible. That was a 2v4, wasn't it? Reunite and Lynn McSloth together stepping out of the comfort zone and confirming a 10th round. 11-4 seems like might be a realistic possibility for NYU. If you look down at the cash flow for Arkansas, I mean, they're going to be able to get some stuff out because of the loss bonus, the maximum loss bonus that they have, but far from perfect.
That's why you got 2 flashes.
That's right. Oh, man, we've seen a couple of those. Just a few. Here's the forward position laser. Nice spray. Foley going down. That's the opening in favor of NYU.
Gentry sending shots anywhere into the smoke. Hoping they make a connection.
Someone's there, I swear.
I hear it. I smell them. Lynn McSloth smells treachery, and they will find some flankers. Only one is actually taken down. Yesmar has 13 HP, so this is just going to... It should have been an easy freebie. So many of these moments should have been laser through the smoke.
What is happening?
What is going on here? I guess the time simply isn't on Arkansas's side. Oh my god.
That was one way to end the half. And it will be the half over 11-4. Like you said, the prophet, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's my prediction for them to be able to win.
Okay, yeah.
NYU can just throw this game out with the trash. We don't know.
That's true. I mean, we haven't ever seen this sort of scoreline before, though. Like I said, 9-6 half both times on both map number 1 and map number 2. Ultimately in 16-14. Bit of a trade of map picks. But NYU here with a massive lead.
And McSloth, nice little wrap position. Good for one and at least some information. But when you're dealing with Kasani, oh wow, there must have been zero communication going on with Kasani's position, because that was, 1, very well done by Kasani, and 2, horribly played by NYU.
Yeah, they kind of just gave up the entirety of that one. Stolen away the ace, but Kasani still winning the round for the team. And a big pistol-round victory, a much-needed pistol-round victory to give Arkansas the chance to bring this back. But NYU Now, do they want to force buy? I don't think that's unreasonable, but I'm seeing USPs. It's time ticking down. I think we're going to see USPs alone. E250 there for Laser, but a little bit of a full save. NYU. Arkansas should be able to close this just fine, especially when you consider it's a mid-rush.
Sea Green good for 2 there. However, that's a Galil in the hands of Laser. But this is a little, situation of too little too late. They may be able to put it on Reunite, see what is possible. Just try and barrage the economy. Barrage it with bodies first, and then Reunite's bullets to follow once Laser and Linmick will die.
Yeah. NYU, I think it's great, though, if Reunite can get out of this with this gun. Because, as we've discussed at length, Los, it's pretty rough sometimes if you go for the save second round. You have money for guns, but you're limited in utility. And even then, if you want some utility, you got to go for like an MP9 or a FAMAS. Having this additional Galil is so massive because then you don't have to go for those crazy, weird, MP9 or FAMAS buys in the second round. You have a little bit of extra cash to ensure that everybody can have some utility.
That's right, and it just gives a little bit more flexibility to your team in this third round of the second half. But I mean, with Arkansas, just I wouldn't say they're in a power position, but they've got a momentum swing.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't say a power position at 6-11, but yeah, you're right. The momentum could be swinging, and this round will tell that tale. Fast up towards A for Arkansas. They're putting down the utility to do just that.
Tebow sending shots toward ramp, none making a connection. However, with a diligent effort and shots continuing to fly down range, they're able to pepper in most of Arkansas. Reunite is about to go for just an absolutely bananas play once this smoke dissipates. Not an angle to be expected. In just a few moments, oh god, the knife is out. Nothing is found, though.
This is 2v4, or rather it was a 3v4 at the time. That was a little bit ridiculous to go for the knife at that point in time, but hey, I love that they're having fun. That's the type of thing that can really pull a team together. Fortunately, if it gives them a chance, Arkansas into this round, maybe that wasn't the time. 2v3, very winnable now.
Blank here, though. It's from Laser, and it's completely unexpected. There's no one watching that angle. Seagreen's about to be hit in the back. Laser will do just that. And with the realization that Seagreen is no longer able to provide that cover, it's a quick, swift swing from Linmick.
Yeah, a great in there. Definitely got a little scary, though. You would have liked to see that be closed in a better way. But to be fair, first gun round goes the way of NYU. And when in a map, in a series, where literally every round is counting big in this third map, that is so important. And I'm looking at Arkansas's money, and I don't know how it's so uneven. Seagreen has 2K. Everybody else feeling good. They've got 5K plus.
Probably the purchase of the op.
Oh, did Seagreen have the op?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why it was. Oh no, it was recovered. What am I thinking?
Either way, a little less, meaning just Galil, no utility. Not ideal. Arkansas, on the other hand, pretty much everything in the utility banks that you could want for NYU. A lot of swapping of these guns.
Is it necessary, you think, or are they just throwing things around? Because
it looked like
I don't think that was necessary.
I think it was just a bit of fun. I was certainly having fun. Ooh, this is a nice approach. Slow. No utility, no audio cue being made. Maybe just going to lurk up through the smoke. Or alternatively, we can see something different. But they're trying to do something abnormal. Something out of the ordinary.
Oh. Tebow and Kasani, they were looking at the exact same angle. I guess Tebow just got that information first. They'll leave, reunite. Now here to swap places. Gonna be utility. No, they had no idea. They didn't even check. Reunite is dropped by Foley, though. 1 for 1, actually a 2 for 1. Tebow has adjusted over to the side hall, now on scaffolding. Who is there to check him? It is going to be the Molly that puts him in check. At the end, they'll hold on to their life and actually creates a new angle. And time for Laser to come in with a flank.
Yeah, that just can't happen. There's such a slow approach in this round from Arkansas towards the A ramp side. And slowly you get information, you know, one footstep here, another there. You see the catch out one player, you find another, and then ultimately that allows for this flank to come through, and Laser taking down 2 frags in the meantime. With NYU at 13, it seems like they feel unstoppable. I don't know where Arkansas are at, but it's certainly not in this server.
Well, it's on B stairs with all Tech 9s log in, making everyone from Arkansas want to log out. They're just running into his shots from the M4A1 Ness. It'll be a nice quickie.
Yeah.
Just get through this one. Go get the rifles next round in. 2 kills. Not bad if you're investing Tech 9s, but still kind of bad if you're only 2 rounds away from losing the series.
That's the key, right? It's fine if it's like in the middle of the half, but it's 14-6. A massive undertaking, a comeback of the ages required for Arkansas. And at least they do have the AKs to do so. No opt-out, even for the CT side.
Makes you wonder, where exactly was this NYU back on Mirage?
We saw glimpses, didn't we? You know, some big moments, but the consistency just wasn't there. And maybe Kasani stepping up here.
Unite. Simply crazy. Read a bit by Kasani. Those shots. Going everywhere. Can Reunite predict where these bullets are coming from, where this player is? Just hitting side to side on these walls. Being unpredictable, but did they predict that B was going to be the hit? That this moment of Kasani just hanging out on a ramp was a ruse? I mean, sure, the kill secured by Reunite, but they lost 2 along the way, and they lost B.
4-on-3. Big round, sort of must-win situation. But Arkansas, low HP on Foley there on the back of the site. And these fights at Generator, they couldn't be more important. A big frag, but no. Seagreen still alive, or Esmar, excuse me. Seagreen left to 1v1.
He's injured, reloading. Then knows exactly where he is. Tech 9 out, just running and gunning. What can Seagreen do? Unsure of the options.
I don't think there's time.
No, maybe not. Or maybe there is.
Incredibly close, but Arkansas take it anyway. I mean, we're talking that one little dance around those boxes, the difference between success and failure as Arkansas take that round. Seagreen, the architect of the victory.
Beautiful play by Seagreen in those final moments, just realizing it's not about getting that kill, it's about burning time.
The P90's back! Close!
You know, I think that's actually why they lost Mirage.
That's the sole reason.
It could be tied back to the P90.
Oh, man. How frustrating is that if you're Foley? You read the situation perfectly, they just have an op. And so you're just not quite able to connect the shot. Opening pick to NYU, it's been a pretty consistent factor. And a 4-on-5. I mean, it's kind of a 4-on-4 because of the P90, but...
Oh, Laser. You dog.
It feels like Arkansas just waiting patiently for aggression, and I mean, to be fair, Kasani finding it, and somehow Seagreen wins that duel. Have the gun out, takes it out slowly. P90 follows at B, and a rotation is forthcoming, but it's a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, what can they do? And MP9 in and up. quite a juxtaposition in weaponry there.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Limbic would be great to save this gun. MP9, you're not so concerned about.
Logan able to pick up an AK for their troubles. I'm surprised I didn't go for the P90 since it was just there.
No, login is big brain. Don't you worry. It's just Laser who is a P90 enjoyer, the professional 90.
The pension 90.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
you're
to be
gonna have
fair,
to be taking that out of your pension if you want to afford that one.
Laser is Laser 9999. So maybe it was all part of the plan from the beginning.
Oh yeah, playing into the name of just some meme purchases. Good exit though, Yesmar. And I don't think anyone else will walk into that one. No need to do. Actually, it is sea green, but better safe than sorry. Hide behind the staircase and just play your life at that point. The AK and the op are much too valuable than an extra couple of $100.
Yeah, especially when you have this sort of round count to fall back on. Like this should just be New York playing as standard as you can. You know, call the saves, whatever. Make sure to get as many buys as they can. You know, all of those sort of things to make themselves easier to take the win. And oh, Tebow, I thought he was gonna get away. Not so lucky.
Lindmick back in action on the op. Foley again. Same position, same opper, same results. Losing their head, potentially losing their cool.
4-on-3, NYU. Feel like Lindmick is just hoping, praying that he's going to get somebody to peek out here. Been so good. 23-9 right now, Los.
Putting on a clinic at the moment. Only dying one extra round. And Arkansas have...
Oh, Seagreen, he's just dealt a tough hand right there. If it's not Laser, it's going to be the op. Instead, he jumps into both, kind of splits the difference, and can't quite find it. At least Yesmar's there to find Lindmick, but it's still not even yet. 40 seconds and a 3-on-2.
They're waiting. They're aware. All of NYU is prepared. Even just adding that extra layer of caution, ensuring that no one is coming through mid. They see two players, so reunite. Comes back and acts as his namesake. It turns into a 1v1 in just a matter of moments. Entry, 46 HP. Doesn't matter when all you need is a bullet in your opponent's head. It's a 50-50. Gentry's going in, and Gentry actually gets the kill from the smoke.
He ducked under the frag. That's ridiculous. 9-14 as NYU struggling once again to close this down. We're now 5 rounds in a row. And what's an Arkansas comeback? There's just no way. There's just no way.
It really makes you wonder what is going on in the NYU comms right now. What are they saying? And how are they just finding this inability to close this out?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think speculation at this point probably not super helpful. What I do think might be helpful is talking about what's going wrong here. I think it's hard to put my finger on because it's been clutch moments that have really been the difference. But in a round like this, you know, just keeping it clean. I mean, they've lost, what, 3 health total thus far? I mean, that's the crazy thing. Tebow will change that, but only with 1 headshot.
Now a nice hunt.
Yeah. And it's going to stay that way, too. Fully, or a nearly flawless round. But double digits in the camp of Arkansas. I do wonder, NYU, I'm starting to feel that they're going to be pressured and they might fumble.
If that's the case, another 16-14 loss.
Oh, man.
NYU. It might even be a 16-14 victory for them.
Of course. I mean, at this point, it would be poetic, wouldn't it? I mean, we've had a 16-14, 16-14, each map going the distance. Might as well Screw it. Give us another.
I think at this point, it's all about simply regaining, being able to play succinctly in those final moments where they have the advantage, but in those clutch situations, they just aren't working together. I mean, Gentry able to take multiple 1v1s when I believe it was a 1v3, 1v2.
Yeah, 1v2 for sure. Might have been a 1v3 even. Back to B. This has been working out pretty well, but again, down by a man. The initial stages. Very aggressive inside that smoke. A little bit scary, especially considering all it takes is a bit of spam, and that's going to come through for Foley. So an even scenario now, the op for TB.
Realizes someone's got to be dropped. Hoping to find a head, a peek, or anything and spam it before Laser can even get an idea what's going on. Nobody's showing presence. They're all waiting for the retake play. Gentry on the box and maneuvering to give Foley some opportunities. And Foley will take advantage of them wholeheartedly. USP out, shotgun up from Tebow, but he has no idea where his opponent is. Finds the kill for Seagreen, but it doesn't even matter. It's good to just take some money out of their pockets, but they could buy anything they want.
Yeah, that whole idea of like, we'll get a couple kills, it'll be good, it'll limit the economy. I mean, yeah, if they continue to do that, that'll be true, but at this point it's 14-11. The time for those games are over. It's time to win rounds. NYU, they need it now. And Lindmick? Lindmick has okay, picked up an MP9 there. Didn't have a gun initially, was a little confused. Op out for Tebow. And this seems like a desperation sort of maneuver. I mean, they had the money to buy, so it's not that crazy, but they have no utility just about. Laser the only one who even has anything left, really, and it's just been about 30 seconds.
Yeah, a big dump early on. What is to come of it? Just to follow up. Now, I mean, just look at the difference in utility from both sides. Essentially, Arkansas has everything ready to go, so they can use whatever set piece they'd like to. Reunite, guarding Cy Hall. So I think this round may be determined by this one fight. Ollie forces them back. Even provide some extra support because now you'll have Seagreen. Two players turning around this corner, and Kasani wins it. They rush onto site. Plant secured. This is going to put such a pressure-filled clock on NYU to make this happen.
I think they should save. I think they should save right now. I don't think this is worth going for. 3v4, and I mean Seagreen's gonna get this kill surely.
Not much to do. This is a 12th. They're throwing bodies down. Tebow, yeah, earning 2 for their troubles, but they'll get crushed, stuffed, and earning another op. They don't even need it. It's just to say they can, just to ensure no weapons are transferred into the next round, and this is inching ever forward to an NYU, not just an equalizer, but the way they're playing, it feels like their strategies are broken. It could be very well an NYU loss.
Yeah, I mean, Arkansas have just been on this run that it seems like they are unstoppable. Everyone has had moments, right? Like, I think Yesmar a little bit slower in these last rounds, but Sani early, Seagreen in the mid rounds, Gentry on the close. Foley has been so good at opening picks. Like, it's just everybody's doing their job, and they're doing it well. Here's Laser pushing down a ramp. Might get a free one here, and we'll do just that. Has the second player close by, and that will set up that second player to at least get a 1 kill, maybe more.
I think that was a worthy sacrifice. Oh, maybe it wasn't.
Yikes.
Oh my. I don't even know what to say. Lindmick is there as well, just thrown away to Foley. This is a disaster.
How can it get worse there? Man, just so much of that setup was perfect.
But wait a minute. This is actually winnable. It's a 2-on-2. Tebow has an AK, and Reunite is coming from mid. Nobody's looking towards side hall. Neither of them are. They can line this up. Reunite does! From such a horrible situation to a potential victory, I actually don't know if there's enough time.
I mean, they're holding it. They're looking to get it. I think there is. Yeah, there we go. 15 for NYU. They finally, after, what was this? Just quick math. 8-round comeback for Arkansas. Finally, NYU find that point. Series point. But so hard fought. This has gone the whole distance. Now, Arkansas.
They don't have money.
Yeah, they're busted. I mean, to be fair, they got enough out. Green has an AK. Like to see him on and off, but he's been delivering both sides of this coin.
No one here in side hall, and Tebow is all on their lonesome. Bit of a stack toward B. This is just an investigator. We're on A, but I mean, look how deep Kasani is. C Green as well, putting in the work, whittling down NYU just to 2 players, but Laser putting in the work as well. 2v2 now.
Lindmick has a full belt of utility. Is already here at the A site. Could be the player to close this out. Laser's going to be joining him there shortly as well. 2 smokes, 2 flashes for the T's. As Arkansas, they're going to go for. They're not going to throw this utility. Just going to take the dry swing. That is a huge error.
Beautiful shot from Laser. And it's just Yesmar looking for any idea, any inkling of where the last 2 players will be, but it's a double stack. Unless it can be a collapse.
Oh,
That will not be the case. Lynn McSloth has finally put this series to bed. It is NYU finishing off in Vertigo 16-12.
2 rounds from the maximum that we could have in the series. It's so deep at both of these teams into the strat books. They were just hitting their head against the brick wall there, particularly NYU, the last 12 or maybe more like 9 rounds. But eventually, individually, they step up and they have a big moment. And ultimately, you're perfectly right. I mean, you called it, Los. It took 11-4, the half, for them to finally get that. I mean, NYU, a big victory tonight, but I think they should, on the one hand, be proud of it. On the other hand, there's a lot to look back on here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when it came to just the misplays that we had, the fact that Arkansas was even given the opportunity to get to 12 is just, it speaks for itself. And I don't think that it would have even been a win if NYU did not set that nest egg, that safety net of 11 rounds in the first half. If it went maybe 6-9, we could have been looking at an Arkansas victory.
I think we probably would have. I mean, that's exactly right. Big call, big moment, big win for NYU. Take it over Arkansas. With that said, we got more coming up next. Seattle University up against UC Berkeley. So a new face joining an old friend. That's the way things are going to be going. We're going to take a short break, though, and then get that second matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
and welcome back to Nace Starling. We've got our second match of Counter-Strike for the night. It's Seattle and UC Berkeley going head-to-head in a best-of-3. Now, a newcomer on the scene. Is that correct with Seattle?
Yeah, I haven't seen Seattle. It's the first time I'm hearing that, so I think I'm like 90% sure they're new to Nace, and I actually haven't even seen them in Counter-Strike. So maybe a newcomer to the Counter-Strike look. Both teams, unfortunately, taking an L in the opening game this past week. But you know what? Now's as good a time as any to right that ship and get it going. Seattle starting roster: Ubadi, B Rid G, which is going to be interesting. It's Beast, Crack, and Vindication.
Is that how it's pronounced? It's not Bridge?
You know, I'm going to go for B Rid G.
Okay. Sporting the UC Berkeley. Up from Cali Sports, we got Scalpy, Stared Sky, 03 Cartridge, Oscar, maybe? I don't even know.
That's Oscar.
Mystery Meat, and Dab.
You know what?
lot of fun names here.
The both of us struggling a little bit. It's a late night, okay? Give us a break. We'll get there eventually. With that being said, I think it's going to be interesting. UC Berkeley, a team like actually all of the UC schools have had some good rosters. UC Riverside, as an example, had a really good roster. These just a little bit ago, the Highlanders, they were I think top 8 or top 4 even in I think spring 2022. Have had a little bit of a dip. Haven't seen them, but to see UC Berkeley back here, I'm excited to see what they have to offer.
Well, not exactly the best beginning, both 0-1, but hey, one team's going to walk out of here with a victory, and here's where they're going to try and make it happen. It's Inferno for the first map. We're headed back to the 51st floor on Vertigo, and if there's a decider necessary, it will be Mirage.
Yeah, a little bit of a different look in that Inferno game, and then Vert and Mirage back to much the same. I'm kind of thinking Inferno gonna be interesting.
Why exactly?
So I think because we saw the op and the CT side especially, that a big deal usually on Inferno. And I'm hoping to see more of that work, with the exception that we were seeing some struggling on the T side. I think that's going to probably continue to be the case. Don't know why I'm connecting the two series, but don't worry about it.
It's all collegiate, right?
That's right. Yeah, we're gonna stick with that. But yeah, UC Berkeley picking Inferno, and then Vert is Seattle's pick. So ultimately, though, not a lot to talk about with regard to Seattle, just because we don't know about them. We haven't seen them. I think expectations got to be high by default for UC Berkeley. No disrespect to Seattle. It's just we've seen a little bit more of them before.
Yeah, I mean, that's the case. Like we said in the beginning of this broadcast, new teams are joining up with Nace Star League every single semester. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It gets more players involved in esports.
Sure
and especially something we need, more players involved in CS and here in North America. Please, get your school to sign up.
We beg you.
Start a team.
Yeah, for real. Always a big fan of that. With that being said, I don't know how far we are from starting, so I think we're going to take a short break and get things going as soon as we jump in. So we'll be right back.
In a bit. Oh, hey, we're back again. Did you miss us? I'm pretty sure you did, but you also missed seeing some amazing Counter-Strike global offensive action.
I actually didn't miss it at all. We're just about ready to get started.
Well, no, it's like a longing. You
Oh,
longed for it.
okay.
You missed it. It was in your heart, in your chest, deep down in the gut. That's actually what the G in CS:GO stands for.
Chest, and then you're down to the gut.
Yeah.
How does it get there? Like,
it spreads like an infection.
ooh, that sounds.
I've got CS:GO fever.
I see. CS:GO-itis. Inferno.
Yeah.
Up next.
My body's an inferno for Counter-Strike.
We are having a good time here on the desk, and I hope you all are having a good time because that last series, man, was incredible. Went the distance.
It was a
NYU.
doozy.
Yeah, I can't believe that they nearly gave it away. And I hope to see something a little bit better from this series, and that I hope that they can close some games. You know, like listen, as much as I like to see 16-14s, I felt like I was being teased a little too much in those last series.
Yeah, we need some hard commitments, some real bookends on this one, because it became not like a compelling storyline, I would go as far as to say, but it felt
random, didn't it?
It felt random. It felt like this was just, I'm starting to feel bad for NYU now.
Oh, no.
I'm starting to feel bad.
Hopefully they've all tuned out and nobody
Yeah.
from NYU is listening, because we're not trying to troll them at all. But
It's Friday night. Your match is over. It's time to go out, right?
yeah, exactly. You know, like it's fine. But UC Berkeley alongside Seattle University, that is the match we're going into, despite our discussion of the last one. And just to reiterate, UC Berkeley, a team that we expect to be pretty decent a lot of the time. We haven't necessarily seen them this season. And then Seattle University, brand new to NACE, haven't been in the Counter-Strike space just yet, and so excited to see kind of what they have to offer, because this is a team where I always want to be pleasantly surprised, and I think there's a possibility that'll be the case.
Hey, I mean, I'm always a big fan of a big upset. So that's what we'd like to see. Just the known power. And not to say a randoms, but there is a guy named Who Body, and I want to just say who?
Yeah, to be fair, that'll be a lot of fun. By the way, if you're just joining us and you don't know why we're like real,
Yeah, well, I'm actually an AI.
you are an AI built for commentary.
Yes.
That
But
Who
as
built
you as you can see, AI hasn't exactly come as far as we would have liked.
I mean, listen, you fooled me. Hopefully, Inferno can be a little bit better than the AI Inferno that might be on the cards.
Yeah. Well, let's just get to this game, right?
Game is started. Let's do it. A little bit of trolling from us in the early stages. Seattle gonna be starting on the CT side, and it will be UC Berkeley moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we've come to a conclusion. That's Oscar, and that's Bridge, considering the spelling now.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think B Rid is it?
Not my best moment, okay?
I mean, that's the new name. Anyways,
I'm sorry, Bridge. I really am. It's just a late night.
Fab City, big chilling on the coffins and scalping and providing that support. It's no real good angles here for Seattle University to try and come for this retake. A good position from Cal. Everybody holding some perfect angles and a nice 4-player survival series.
Yeah. 4-player survival
series. Was
that-
that WWE?
Yeah, something like that.
Survivor series.
Or we could just be playing Survivor, you know? We got did you ever watch Survivor?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, so no.
I don't think I would be able to exist in the wild. I'm a man who is built on acquiring the luxuries of the common day.
Yeah, I feel the same. Bit of a swift move towards mid.
There's that is absolutely ridiculous that Dab City was able to come out with both of those
It
kills.
shouldn't have been allowed.
No.
Not in the slightest. Should have been a frag for sure. This is still, what, 1 frag for the first 2 rounds? Not great for Seattle, but that's okay. This is where things get serious. The bye round coming up. And Inferno already looking good, though, for UC Berkeley.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves. I mean, you could tell from the confidence of the last round. Like, yes, of course, it's their bye round. They get that second round force. But the thing is, you still want to err on the side of caution because you don't know what angles could be held by Seattle. They may be
Of
stacked up,
course.
like we saw there by the
Mhm.
cart, but unfortunately, it just did not go Seattle's way. However, a little bit of damage, especially with the Molly. It's vindication. I think Carolina Confidence is going to be the real threat if they can find any shots through this smoke. And that is going to be the case along with Bridge, holding it down by the fountain, and 3 have fallen.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much exactly what you would like to see. That is going to be Scalpy collecting a couple of frags to make this maybe a little bit more doable, but 2 players coming from the banana. It's going to be 1-on-3 for Oscar.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one to survive. I mean, not inside of dark, but just too many angles that pressure is going to be applied. Body and its piece will make their piece and earn their first round here with the bye. But still some money in the pockets account.
You know, I love the fact that they smoked off Dark right there.
Yeah, I was thinking, oh, nice molly of dark, and then
Yeah, it was the smoke. I
became
was
a
like,
smoke.
wait, hold on, what? So,
I mean, if you use what you got, right?
yeah, it's true. I'm making fun, but it definitely could have been effective. If there was a guy there, they start shooting, you just start spamming. Easy win.
And because they have to leave that smoke to find any real chance of earning a kill, they expose themselves. They don't know anything that's on the outside.
Right.
So, not as bad as initially viewed.
Yeah, Oscar picked up the op. East side op. I was talking about it in the pre-show. How usually a little bit difficult to find success with it. So excited to see what Oscar brings to the table. Otherwise, a full purchase for everybody.
Nobody from Seattle is even willing to contest on that one. And rightfully so. They want to play to their strengths, just hold my apartments and patio.
What a passive setup this is. I mean, at 1 minute 20, they have the double boost towards patio, I think, or they're doubled up on top of patio. Regardless, like that's something you pull out once a game. You know, try to catch off guard. This is really crazy.
Smoke on brackets. No one's making a move.
Same thing at B as well. You know, boosted up on flower pot with a fountain player there to play the crossfire. Incredibly passive setup. We'll see if UC Berkeley can walk through it.
Seattle still has a ton of utility to expend, so they have been well coordinated in their usage, and that's a great read to send the molly on top. Forces them off.
Scalpy will have heard that. Heard the audio cue, knows that there was a guy there. But that's just a 3-man setup, which is standard.
I have to know. Scalpy relaying that to his teammates. Crack falls. But so does Dab City. They were the lone swinger on that one. No support. And Scalpy goes down as well. This multi-pronged effort from UC Berkeley is just collapsed. But, I mean, bomb will be planted. Money earned. And I think it's just time that's going to be taken from Seattle just to play their numbers and play it safe.
Yeah, with Hubati taking that frag, gonna even collect the third. Looking good. 2-2 the score. Seattle making their way into what was honestly a pretty weird setup defensively from them, but I think that it was weird and UC Berkeley caught off guard because of it to a certain extent. Not having any sort of contact play on towards B, just kind of hanging out in flower pot. Like, when does that happen? Especially that early.
Yeah, and I think it may be just a little bit of a miscommunication with Dab City. There wasn't any utility behind him making that movement. No flash, nothing else, and especially not another teammate to trade him out.
Yeah, that's the weird part. Like, they were playing contact there. Understand why there's no flash, but no contact with a teammate. That is a little bit odd because then you just can't be traded.
Turning things around. It's apartment time. Looking for a new place to rent. A little bit late into the month, but you know.
Yeah, but you know, you gotta go. You gotta figure out a place to stay.
figuring out exactly where his piece is. It's information. I mean, standard hold. Be expecting two players looking down that angle because Crack or in pit, ready for a maneuver if it's necessary.
He's seen the shadow there. That really gonna connect an additional frag for him. Crack ready and waiting. There they go.
4 in apartments. Crack was not ready for that one in the slightest. It's a 3-on-4 because Body on the op. They are a major threat. Smoke, though, does the work. Nobody's going to be on the opposite side. They realize that there's a gap in it. Just play it safe. Hold your angles. Play your game.
Honestly, might be time to call a save if you are Seattle. Looks like they want to go for this, though. Flashes. Going to continue pushing forward. Scalpy, though, with a connection and with Mystery Meat having one more. Maybe Body can do it here. Already got 3 frags, but Mystery Meat falling back.
Just not enough time, though. I believe. Yeah, even if there was, Mystery Meat is going to ensure there's no time left for Body, but he will lose the life for it.
Yeah, couldn't
in the
get
end,
out.
though, win's a win.
It is, and as much as that hurts the economy of University of California, it is devastating to Seattle. They're the ones on the CT side. They're the ones who gets their loss bonus at 1,900. Though, in fairness, Body a little bit of extra cash. We'll keep that for an op into the next round. It's Peak, the only one alongside Bridge to be upgrading to a Deagle. But it's Peak having a bit of armor as well. So
Oh, look at this. I'm very excited to see where this one goes. 5 players stacked on B site.
I've seen this work a dumb amount of times. Like, it is surprisingly effective.
It's gotta start just with Mystery Meat taking a look. Once they see all these players on one side, immediate call for a rotation. They'll take control of A site, no problem. But we'll have to cover that bomb in. Dab City will be the one to do it.
Yeah, really slow from UC Berkeley there. They just waiting for aggression that will never come in this case. Stepping up to the plate, though, like you said, Mystery Meat probably going to be the one to first be the investigator. Or maybe they'll find out the day is open before that.
I think that's what's going to happen. With no one nearby on brackets, nobody in patio, nobody by boiler, everything's open for them. So it's going to just... It's going to be the case that they'll figure out it's a B stack simply by finding nobody on A.
Free and open. Yeah. I guess, to be fair, right, 17 seconds. It's about time to rotate over. So, Seattle, figure it out. Oscar is in position to be had, though first shot suggests maybe that's not going to be so simple.
2 for them. It's Peace on the staircase, able to secure that, and a rifle in hand. Genuinely could be a worse scenario. Sky will fall as well. So all things considered, 2 down and a rifle, an AK at that in hand. This could have gone worse.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely a round where it could have been really bad for UC Berkeley, but they ultimately denied the save. It's Peak gonna lose out. But here's Body back on that op, man. He was great with it, wasn't he? Just the one round that we saw. Nearly had that big clutch moment on towards the A site. So we see what Seattle have to offer in their second gun round. Yeah, I think this is.
Like that will be the case, yes.
Yeah.
Depending on where Body sets up, it's actually going to be by car. If they could pull off anything before that molly burns them, but there's smoke for safety. Body's still looking downrange.
Yeah, I had a teammate there to throw the smoke. Keeping themselves very healthy. Smoke from Body to take that control, but doesn't really know that Mystery Meat's hanging out here. Depending on the timing, this could be good. Mystery Meat crosshairs are on him, and he's got no clue.
May have heard that athleticism. That'll be a sound cue for them to realize, okay, a little bit of round to take.
The athleticism being him jumping onto the wall.
I would say that's quite athletic.
I
Yes.
agree. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page. That early peak, it was so impactful because even now, 50 seconds remaining, and that's the only frag that's been had this entire round. And as the utility starts to fade, just a single smoke, a molly, vindication, Seattle, they gotta figure out a way to handle this UC Berkeley team who just has a boatload of utility at the end of the round.
Oh yeah, nothing for Seattle. Nothing for them at all. Good kill from Crack. 2 kills for them at that. Or that for Seattle, rather. With 13 seconds left, it feels like Cal,
Save
they just
time.
want to take their time in for what? Exactly.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? It looked so good for them. They had everything. They could have taken that execute, but then a little bit of an overswing for Seattle, or excuse me, for UC Berkeley, turns things on its head. And, I think that ultimately it comes down to that turns the tide. Seattle University taking a 3rd round, and UC Berkeley, I need to see them be a little bit more decisive.
Yeah, they're playing it too safe at this point.
Great way to put it, yeah.
Because this is a team that has the ability to make those fast plays, and this is going to be it by alt-mid Scalpy with simply a deagle. Scares off the op of Hubody, as well as its piece. 2 formidable forces, considering their firepower, considering their weaponry,
Yeah.
but they have to make a run for it.
They do. But to be fair, I mean, UC Berkeley not out of it yet here. They saved a bunch of that utility from last round, so even though they've forced back in, it's not like they have nothing. But no bracket control. They have Banana at the very least. But like we said, decisiveness, quick decision making, or at least an ultimate decision. It doesn't even have to be fast. It's just got to be something.
Peace. Seeing that with a quick jiggle peek as an idea, might be in a bit of danger. I mean, only spotted 1 though. It doesn't know the raw manpower that's being brought to the table by UC Berkeley, but it turns out there's actually none. It's only going to be utility, and that hasn't caused Seattle to budge an inch. In fact, it's bringing out the incendiary. You realize this is clearly a fake, and we're not buying it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was a little bit telegraphed from UC Berkeley. Mystery Meat looking for rotators. Oscar spotted.
Oscar. Oh, still able to take that kill. It was a lot longer than expected, and this is buying time not just for Seattle, but for the clock to run down. They need to get that plant. They finally do.
Yeah, so close. So I think it's 4 seconds on that clock. Not a lot of time. Mystery Meat. With that frag and with Hubody missing, this should probably be a save call.
I don't think so. No, they want it. They need it. Stared Sky able to line up 2 for himself. And Hubody on the op. They're too deep in this fight. And Oscar will close things down. UC Berkeley playing like there isn't a clock.
No, I mean they're doing the old Navi type of style. Wait till there's 15 seconds and then actually hit the site. So to be fair, I mean, it's been effective. They're winning 5-3. But Seattle moving into an eco round. This one should be a little easier. Though, in the last eco round, they didn't even engage until they had the bomb planted.
I mean, the first eco that they played against, they simply just ran it up. Did not care at all.
I want to see more of that. Let's see what goes on. Here's Bridge. Has a Doigle. Not quite the opening shot they were looking for, but swinging into 2 players gives Bridge time. to reconnect, and Dab City will fall. So, a little bit of back and forth. Mystery Meat confirming a few frags, and this eco round seems to be just about over. Cracked, the only one left alive. UC Berkeley stepping up the pace just a little bit.
Crack might be able to take one, but no. Not going to be the case. Scott just running it up. And that's the expected result, really. Just working with Deagles. I mean, could be happy at least with one more. Would have been nice to take home.
Agreed.
End of the day, though, Whobody back on the op, or is it actually going to be given over to Bridge this time around?
I mean, I hate to see Whobody off of the op just because they were so good with it. But, we haven't seen what Bridge can do just yet. Oscar has one in his hands as well. So, let's see. Here's Bridge. Oh, and he's going to get it. Blinded as well.
And a headshot, no less. But it certainly seems to be that right maneuver, or just right place, right crosshair placement, right time.
Yeah, a bit of luck, but, everybody needs a bit of luck here and then.
What is luck if not preparation and opportunity?
That's exactly right. Everybody taking advantage of that whenever they can. 6-3 seems like it might not be the case for very long. If, that is, Seattle can really move that opening pick into a victory. They do just have the one kit on Whobody, to be fair. So keep your eye on that. These late rounds, as they have been, and the retake specifically, a necessity if they get onto the site. UC Berkeley yet to do so. They got 2 players towards B, 2 towards A.
Decent amount of smoke coverage provided by either side. Scalpy just jumping around. This could head over to B. We often had seen successful takes on this site.
Flash that up.
That was just a ridiculous play, especially now that that was your one defuse kit. That's gone.
Yeah, a bit ambitious. I mean, I guess it's an MP9, so you understand. But Ben, through the smoke, it's Dab City down, and a man advantage regained here for Seattle.
Indication forced back away. But it doesn't even matter. 2 kills through the smokes. Smoking Berkeley at this point, and that's not looking good for them because this was a pretty significant. Well, actually, no, it is looking good for Seattle. Significant buy round for them. Be able to hold on to the out, but the question is, can they push the offensive enough that they will have time for this defusal? It certainly should be the case.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. Even with the 10-second countdown, I'm sure they could have tried to collect the kit, but no point at that point. So Crack will take it into the next round, 6-4, and indeed, Seattle off the back of Ben. I mean, again, one of those things where you could argue that round, a lot of luck. Bridge gets the opening pick, finds the shot blinded, and Ben 2 frags through smoke, but lines them up beautifully. The audio cues giving away the positions of the opposition, and suddenly you have Seattle retaking with man advantage.
Just shots through the smoke, and something that everybody does, especially if you got the A1S. It's meant for spamming through smokes.
Yeah, no tracers.
And it's wonderful when we hit them. Horrible when the opponent does, right?
Yep.
Something we all strive for.
It's that feels bad moment followed by the ooh. You always feel like you're getting away with something. Oscar getting into another AWP. This time he survives the opening 20 seconds of the round. Whobody playing a dangerous game though with that molly.
Oh, Whobody only gets a little piece of mystery meat. In the end, he falls. Bridge.
You only want a little piece of mystery meat.
Well, I mean, I'm not only gonna order one taco at Taco Bell.
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough. I mean, I know what that is though. It's just you never know where it's actually from. It's supposed to be beef.
But you know where it's from. So I don't know where it's from, but you know where it's from.
Yeah, I'm a little smarter. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. That's why you're the color.
Starts guy. Moving in and all right. What were we saying about smoke cracks?
Anyways, so on to round 12.
Right. Quick little segue there. because I mean it's peace. Like what a massive couple of finds, and it's one of those great timings, and that's something that I think Seattle University needs to we need to talk about is that their timings have been pretty fantastic, haven't
Yeah, it always feels like the great reads. They
they?
have those moments where smokes, sure, it blocks the vision, but it's the sound cues that give it up. And with so many players in the same spot, it is more than likely you're
Yeah.
gonna land some hits. And they've been very fortunate in enjoying those kills.
So we just saw very early utility towards Banana, basically taking all of Banana in a smoke towards CT, and you can see how fast the boost towards the flower pot came through just in order to potentially play defense to it. This timing on the smoke, though, also brilliant, but nobody's there to deny.
Not a single look at Flower Pot. B Ridgy closing things out.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you?
I like it. I think it's actually more fun than Bridge.
It is a little fun. Yeah, a little brain fart there I had.
That's his name now, honestly. He
Be
should change it.
Reggie. It's like me and being version 1 Ensign.
Well, that's fun. That's a fun name.
It's also fun, yeah.
It's not, it's not like if somebody calls me Loss. That's not fun at all.
Yeah, then they're just wrong.
Yeah. That's
like-
not a meme. It's just annoying.
Yeah, who's a loss? It's like what? It's like when I hit you with the loser.
Losers.
Yeah, there we go.
Any losers in the chat? It's
We know there is. It's
we
always losers.
we know. There's got to be.
6-6.
Quick little attack pause at the moment. And UC Berkeley starting to trip up. Seattle just enjoying a quick, what was that, 3 rounds in a row?
I think it was 4 actually.
4.
Yeah. And it was, to me, it's fair. Anything but quick. It was pretty methodical. They did a good job of, like I was talking about with the timings and everything, taking that space. We're gonna see that that 3-man setup to Porch once again, and regularly Seattle giving up banana control, but when they go for it, they dominate it. I think that this has been really cool to watch.
Here's some utility out here for Berkeley, but what do they? You never really know what is in the brain of this Cal team. They're always back and forth on what they decide to do. Now that could be seen as a strength,
Yeah.
in that they have versatility, but also at the same time, this fickle manner doesn't give them any edge one side or the other, and it always is a last-second exec.
If they don't know where they're going, surely the other team doesn't know where they're going, right?
Well, then the other team doesn't have to move their positions.
That's also true. Fair point. Not what I was going with, but totally fair. It's peace. Well, up on top of this porch, it's been now the 3rd time I think we've seen this. It's been mollied twice before though, and Scalpy has a molly as well, as does Oscar. So we could see it be coming through. 30 seconds once again, down to the wire.
Molly in brackets, that's hindering the progress continuously. It's always going to be your last-minute hit, but if you wait to the last minute, it only takes a minute. Unfortunately, it takes a little bit longer to actually have the site under your control. Body sending some warning shots from spawn, but in the end, it's peace. They'll have to make their peace. Only a few seconds that they have to survive just to deny the plant. And there it is. Crack from Pit. He's dealing death.
Yeah, 3 frags to be precise. 7-6. First lead for Seattle as they step up. Remember, this is Cal's pick.
Mm-hmm.
They elected to go here. T-side though. T-side Inferno. Can't put too much onto this. Oscar has just autobot. And then he looked at his team money and realized that they are up 4.
I hate when I accidentally buy in a room full of. Let's just get on to the next round. In a room full of pores, there it is.
Jeez, this guy, outrageous. Somebody get a hold of him. I sure can't.
Okay,
Oh.
all right. So let's talk round 15 now, right?
Yeah, for real. It's
They
all
can't
over.
keep getting away with this.
No, they can't. I mean, but it's It's one of those things where I, UC Berkeley have been so clear when they're making those plays. Like it's not like it's lucky spam. It's good spam.
Hmm.
It's consistent and it makes sense that they're connecting these shots. It's just I don't know, man. I feel like there's rarely a time where it's this consistent at getting frags. Like damage, sure, but we've seen like 15 kills through the smoke.
Yeah, this has to be a probably a contender for a NACE record.
Yeah, surely. Got to be close.
NACE Star League smoke kills settled today. Seattle University.
Right.
Put that on a spray somewhere in Inferno.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would be cool if we had like custom NACE sprays. That'd be sick. Definitely not gonna happen, but that's not.
I
the
mean,
point.
you know, the suggestions out there, the ideas out there.
That's right.
Somebody's
Let's do it.
listening.
UC Berkeley looking to close the 7th round here on the half, and I mean, this approach maybe a little bit different than the prior approaches. Got banana control already. They've approached the A site from mid before, but now 3 players inside of apartments and looking to move forward. Crack, we saw him here one time before against this plethora of enemies. Only got the one, but he's been stepping up in the last 3 rounds.
Mm-hmm. Now it is the it's in pit. That's where he likes to be. Cracked den, waiting for this rush out of apartments. And what is going to happen? Nobody even checks it. Scalpy's the only one to do it, but they're dealt with instantaneously. Followed up by Mystery Meat. They couldn't even secure the plant because they are insecure in their position on the site. Stared Sky within the smoke. Dab City realizes this is where Crack is. But Crack doesn't want to peek. They don't
Fair
need to.
enough. Yeah, I love that Crack's not peeking here. So many players would overswing this and, just commit unnecessarily.
Crack is so damaged, though. It's only one bullet. Finally, Dab City turns this into a double. It's a 2-on-2. Now they can secure that plant, and they will. Bridge barely misses that flash. He's around with the deagle. Sees the butt of Dab City. Knows they're right there. They're unaware of the position for Sky. They play it slow. Actually, Bind is able to earn that with an aggressive jump onto the box, but at the end of the day, it'll be Dab City closing it out with another 2 kills. What was that, a 4K in that round?
Yeah.
A heroic effort from this player.
Yeah.
And look at the timeline. It speaks for itself. 5 in a row there for Seattle.
Yeah, they had a real resurgence just on the back half of that. And, I do think that we got to contextualize that, though, in the fact that, listen, it's T-side. UC Berkeley, they did well enough on their T-side to pick up 7 rounds. And I think traditionally that should be plenty. But you never know. As we were seeing earlier today, it's nothing guaranteed. Not in the game of Counter-Strike.
No, certainly not. Crack with the opener. And a lot of damage, though, onto Crack in its piece. So this double stack on the site could be well done. Unfortunately, Scalpy was in the middle of moving away, trying to head back to Noombox. And they're caught out. 2 on 5. Flawless execution.
Ooh, nice shot there by Mystery Meat. Good. Only the 4 players remain, though, and they're in a great post-plant situation, but Mystery Meat still collecting hits. Seemingly this may be more possible, but there's no kit, and with Hubody taking Oscar down, it really is a matter of time, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, time to earn some money, right? Pad that wallet. At the end of the day, it'll be Seattle taking their first here in the T side.
Running away on this map, maybe. That's a start. CT side win by just 1 round, and then pick up the pistol. Really turn this into much more.
P250 on Scalpy. That's going to be the difference maker, Vincent. I think that'll be the case. We've just got a a hold here. Big stack on B. It might be a similar situation to when we saw the 5-player stack from Seattle. It'll be red. Understood. No one's making a move for sandbags, car, anything like that. But it isn't a full stack. Dab City is here. They can relay information. They have the sound cues. And that's that P250 we're talking about. Actually, a second one, Mystery Meat, rushing down Banana, takes down Crack. And they also have an AK in hand.
Why
Dab
did
City.
it check? How do they not check it? Bridge. He might save this round, though.
Oh my god. Bridge just comes out like an absolute madman. And unfortunately, Oscar isn't able to earn that kill. Just a little bit of damage into it. Bridge is going to go hunting. Bridge is definitely going to take this fight, but they brought out the Glock. When
The
really
Glock was a little bit of a bait, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was,
Like, just have a Glock. I ran out of bullets. No, just kidding. It's actually Galil.
treacherous.
I know. I'm pretty sure that's like a war crime or something, just for the record. Something like that.
Well, if a Glock is surrendering, then yes.
Sure. I will go with that. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with yes.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let's contact Geneva.
Yeah.
He did pull out a Glock. Which we
That's
all
what I'm
know
saying.
isn't a real weapon anyway.
Exactly. It's fake. It only does 10 HP of damage. Then they ask what an HP of damage is. Yeah, on the second thought, maybe we should just leave Geneva out of it.
Yeah, they don't need us. They don't need us giving
Advice.
Well, I mean, the convention is long over, so we can ignore them, right?
I don't think that's how that works either, you know? International law and such. Oscar.
Well, this is a domestic game.
That's true, you're right. So, all that to say, easy frags is what I think that's going to come down to. 2 frags for UC Berkeley on the side of Seattle, and it's a 4-on-3. A much-needed round, this one. Start Sky spotted him.
Oh, the sniper MP9! Stared Scott. It had to be done.
Yep.
It had to take place. If its piece turned on him, that would just have been a major upset for everybody involved.
Big pain. Big sad.
Even its piece. Like, you get that kill and you just think, what have I done?
Yeah. I can't believe this happened. Oh, nice shot by Crack. It's too bad. Oscar locking it down from the pit. Crack getting a little bit of his own medicine. That pit position was a favorite of his.
Yeah, pit, it often goes, interestingly enough, unchecked, uncleared. Or maybe they understand somebody is going to be there, but they just don't have the angles to make that one happen or the utility since it was so late into that round.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you should be mollying that as often as you can. But it's pistols only. So just 1 round is all it took for Seattle's economy to be broken. Interesting. I guess they went for a bit more of a
damage
purchase in the last round than they had intended.
Couple diggy doos.
Diggy doos. I like it. We're just coming up with new words for the guns.
Yeah. Oh, Scalpy.
Oh boy.
Collecting a few of those.
Ace?
A full belt of them.
He wants it.
The Eco Ace, one of the highest honors in Counter-Strike. Put that up with the 10-year veteran coin. And
Yeah.
there it is.
5 frags and a swift amount of time. You see Berkeley up to 9. And with that, Seattle, they should have a buy here. Actually, its piece very low on money. I mean, enough to buy a gun, but actually just going to get a deagle. They're not buying here. Interesting. I mean, they had enough for AKs on 4 players, I believe, but instead it's going to be another deagle armor plus a hero rifle on bridge. A little abnormal, I think, is the way I see this for Seattle.
Oh, time for some smoke activities. If it's going down, they have to spray. They've actually broken through. Dab City, it's the right move, and it has to back off, but it actually comes down to good old Scalpy from the back lines. Can't even say this is some trigger discipline, but it is now. In the end, peace and vindication. Last one's alive, the last two. It's a rotation out from A.
Yeah, 2-on-2. Seattle, I mean, they have control of the site, but they're really not set up in a. I mean, they are in a crossfire, but it's not not the greatest of crossfires, is the point I would make. Especially when you consider that, yeah, you can take this 1v1 there. Now that with one spotted, Streamy has tons of info.
Oscar is just trying to make an attempt. They have to destroy all opposition. It's peace within the smoke. Jumping on the coffins. Oh no! They didn't clear it out. They had no clue, and it's peace even finds the last one for themselves. They'll go down with the ship, but they're happy with the result.
I'm disgusted. That just shouldn't happen. When you think about how ridiculous sitting inside the smoke and then just hanging out, and then you still get the win. Oh, man. Great work, sure, but I feel like its piece should take a shower after that one.
Just some filth.
Yep. Oscar with the op. CT side op, and yeah, there we go. Ridge a little bit too ambitious on the swing.
Ubadi actually gets a kill right there?
What? A bit unreasonable. 2 for the price of 1. Unfortunately for UC Berkeley's, they are down once again.
Time is on their side. Minute 15. Don't need to make any rash decisions. That man advantage. Have plenty of utility. Just 2 flashes and an incendiary from Mystery. That is not where the majority of Seattle is based out of.
I feel like this should be pretty simple. As soon as the smoke comes through onto CT, honestly, UC Berkeley might just save. They're gonna go for the spam, but if they don't get anything there, well, start sky maybe. Yeah, just the 1-for-1, and I didn't even notice that smoke for deep CT. Talk about locking out your opposition. 2 players remain for the CTs, but surely they're going to be running away.
Just yeeted some money into the ether with that incendiary.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I think that lands somewhere. Maybe. Possibly.
With no follow-up of pressure to keep him in there.
No.
Hey, why not? Why not just...
Why not? Money?
Yeah, why not money? You know, it's kind of like Oscar accidentally buying in the wrong room.
That's true, yeah. Unfortunate.
Kind of a little let them eat cake scenario. Let them have incendiaries.
Yeah, just yeet. 12-9, Seattle. Doing a good job of just inching their way forward. Hasn't been necessarily easy, but they've held UC Berkeley to just 1 defensive round thus far.
Now looking at the money situation, taking stock. Saved rifles. Mystery meets MP9. A couple of P250s. I mean, I don't doubt the firepower that we have here.
I don't either, but I am a little bit... I do think the buy's a little weird, but, I mean, whenever you have an op and an M4 alongside an MP9, anything's possible. It looks like we're going to see the op come to life. Oscar, the shot. Oh, that was a beautiful flash, and they couldn't take advantage.
Some great work, teamwork by Crack and Bridge. Now continue on to the site, smoking off new, but that was a tiny gap, minuscule one that Mystery Meat was able to take advantage of with the MP9. They still have a lot of work to do. 3-on-3, planting for coffins. They haven't fully cleared it. It was ambitious, to say the least. And dropping down into a 2-on-2, Oscar has to run that rotation, and he will through Banana. That, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where they could possibly expect this second player to come from. Must be on site.
I mean that is the answer clearly, but Bridge, is he aware? Yes, he is. Great read. Bridge will complete that frag, and with Oscar having an op in hand, I mean, it is definitely going to be a save. Even in the 1v2, it feels like, if he was close by or a swift rotation away, it'd be different, but it's not the case.
It kind of seemed that Oscar wanted to go for that save long before it was a drop down into a 2v1.
Yeah, it kind of did. Or, well, I mean, I was thinking maybe going to go for that rotation, but you're right. Was really committed over towards apartments.
Yeah.
A little weird with how committed his teammate was, but I don't know. Whatever the reasoning is, it's done. It's going to be another round in the favor of Seattle. This looks like they might be inching their way closer to a win on UC Berkeley's map pick.
Yeah, just 3 away from taking this one under the noses. I mean, not even under the noses. They're banging them over the head with this victory.
Right in front of their face. And, I mean, if you're at UC Berkeley, you got to be feeling a little peeved, huh?
Mm-hmm. These newcomers on the block trying to take my lunch money
No,
in my
thank you.
Naystar League.
Not here. Newcomers at the block, I think is what you meant to say. Because we're here at the block.
Well, we're not newcomers at the block.
No,
We've been here quite some time.
Seattle are, though.
Well, if they play their cards right, they could end up here.
That's true, yeah. If you're wondering what we're talking about, Nate's Grand Finals happened at the block here where Lewis and I are both located this weekend, just last December. Don't know where it'll be this coming December, but I guess there's a chance it's going to be here.
It's a nice venue.
Coming May, excuse me. It is a nice venue, yep. Lots to see, lots to enjoy. We're enjoying some Counter-Strike here. 9-13. UC Berkeley, team we're a little bit more familiar with. Called them out as maybe the team to beat in this scenario. But Seattle showing more and more that they are not one to be trifled with. Hubani in particular has been a lot of fun to watch. As well as pretty much the rest of the team too. Already getting that opening pick. Mystery Meat gone in the first minute.
Been slowed down one more time. Bomb left back. Way by T-Spawn. Just want to make sure that it's not going to be lost in any risky play, but a beautiful kill.
Where was that?
I could not even tell you. I believe it was Stared Sky over to the left of brackets. Hanging around by the cubby by Arches. And now this is a fully conceded site. Smokes denying any vision coming from the rest of Cal.
Yeah.
Nothing to do here.
Oscar was on the site, had to fall all the way back in order to just maybe try for a retake. It's hard to say they're postured for a retake. There's one player at B, and then there's 2 players waiting for exits. So they're really not postured for anything other than losing this round. Yeah, we both thought the same thing. 14 will be on the cards, and Seattle. Man, what a brilliant surprise this has been.
I know. I'm enjoying it. I was saying earlier, I'm looking for an underdog performance. I'm looking for a new team to kind of show out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're getting. I wonder who they faced off previously in that first week that they were dealt their first blow of a loss.
Yeah, it must have been a good team. That's for sure. Of course, it's still early in this series. Potential for 3 maps. We're only on the first. Of course, if Seattle keep playing like this, I mean, hard to see how that goes the distance. Regardless, it's Hubani back on the AWP for a moment, but Bridge gets tossed the op instead. A little bit of a different look. Oscar, one of zone and a full buy to support it. Seattle, not quite in the same position as NYU were, but man, is it close.
I think NYU, well, they were throwing away some rounds. They were handing them over back to Arkansas. I think Seattle is certainly staking a claim here on Inferno. I mean, a big kill by Oscar to open up this round. They've never had that much of an opposition, of a competition when it comes to the sniper duel down mid. And now they're putting that presence, and they just have to react to it at this point.
Reaction, the name of the game, indeed. UC Berkeley already have the man advantage, courtesy of Oscar, but how does that translate into actual round wins? That's a question I don't think we really know the answer to. Mr. Meat looking to regress towards Porch as well. And again, timing, brilliant. Scalpy gets a sort of a whiff, a stench. The idea that they're going to go late B, pops that smoke out, buys time for a rotate.
Oh, yeah, look at that map. They're gone.
Yeah. Brilliant read. B site. They thought it was there. Instead, it's A. And the frag from against Mystery Meat will confirm.
Mini pit's going to be an issue, though. They realized, stared sky. The second they peeked out, their head was simply removed.
Ripped off their body. Devastating.
Like a Lego top.
Yeah, sure. 3v4. I mean, again, do you go for this? Do you save? Save seems like the right answer, but
look who's in position. The only person who can even come close to having an impact on this round is Scalpy. There's no support. It would be far too late. Scalpy simply with a defuse kit, the lone kit on this team. All they could do is go for exits. And that might be the case, just looking in pit since they're stacked up. And yeah, they'll take it too for the road. But they still have to face off and come to the fact that it's map point for their opponents on their own map pick.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Nothing to be had. 22 frags for Bridge, by the way. Just kind of stepping into a nice role in this team. Ubody was working with the up earlier. Bridge has taken the reins in these last few rounds, it feels like. And the buy for UC Berkeley, that's not bad. Not at all. Even an op for Oscar, which has been a little bit hit or miss here on the CT side. I don't think Oscar really been the problem, but just situationally not been the great idea for op. And
yeah, look at the opposition. B Reggie's going C Racy, having no problems at all in that duel. And Scalpy will spot one player by Porch. Its piece just says, you guys deal with him. I'm gonna try and clear out pit.
The tip made, sure, but nobody's actually there. So, well, at this point, where do you go? 2-2, the split for the CTs. I mean, it seems like Seattle should have this round. Of course, it's always a number game when you have a man advantage. Just need to trade, and it looks like 4 of the players headed towards B.
Have to watch this. Almost bad timing from Mystery Meat, able to remove Vindication. And in this moment, they're deciding to take it to B, the actually more defended location. However, that doesn't even seem to be a factor. Whobody with a beautiful swing, followed up by Crack. And that's got to be it. A 1v4. Scalpy has to work miracles, and that will not be the case. We don't believe in them, and neither does Seattle, as they steal University of California, Berkeley's map pick of Inferno to kick off this series.
Yeah, 16-9 too. You know, again, talking about the expectations and how they would be met or not. Man, impressed with Seattle, showing that they are a team that can have impact, and then also the depth. You know, Whobody and Bridge both having some fantastic AWP work. The rifles, as well as the fact that they were so stalwart in their holds. UC Berkeley, there were that team, that style of play that is like wait to the last moment before taking the actual site, and I think it can get really easy to over-rotate yourself there. They didn't do any of that. I was really impressed by that.
Yeah, it's the conviction in your your holds, realizing, well, if they decide to hit late, our team is capable. The 2 or 3 players that we have on the site can handle it, and they'll be able to buy time for a rotation. And that's what you love to see. It's trust in your teammates to be able to do their job, and we'll see if they can continue to do that job as we head over to Vertigo for our next map right after this quick break. I'm sure you're wondering why we've gathered you all here. It's because it's time for NACE Star League Counter-Strike to continue. It's map 2, Seattle, UC Berkeley, and Seattle. They're looking pretty hot. 16-9, stealing away Berkeley's pick.
I know, and as we head into Vertigo, it feels like Seattle, they got better over the time, or the course of that first map. They started out, I don't want to say they started out bad, but UC Berkeley had a good start. They did well, and then over the course of the map, it felt like Seattle just were able to close, round here, round there, clutch moments, and ultimately coming away with 16-9. I mean, that scoreline, I don't think quite tells how close it was, but pretty dominant.
Yeah, I think one word that could be described to what Berkeley had and lost over time was confidence.
Yeah.
They started off Inferno with a great deal of confidence, being able to those quick decisions, those quick executes. But as time went on, especially on their T side, they were fickle. They didn't know what they wanted to do. They wanted to play it safe and ultimately burned the clock, burned their chances of any victory.
Yeah, that was something that was a little bit frustrating to watch. The amount of time that UC Berkeley would really run off that clock ended up really costing them maybe just 2 rounds. It wasn't like it cost them a ton of rounds, but it did make them seem pretty readable. And I think that was really the issue with that strategy. We'll have to see if they go for something similar here on Vertigo. They will start on the CT side. Presumably they should, considering that this is the Seattle map pick. But on the T side, I wonder if they're going to go back to that, long-winded strategy of just run the clock down, hit its sight at 14, 15 seconds.
I would certainly hope not.
Yeah, listen, we're trying to get out of here at a time that is not 1 a.m. So as we say hello once again, apparently they're not quite ready to start things.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more prep time. Could be a tech, could be a bio. We don't really know.
Yeah, or it's it's always the mouse issue, isn't it?
For me, I always imagine audio issues because that's just so broad. It's such a broad spectrum of what it could be.
It is truly.
I think that's like the go-to.
Yeah, guys, I've seen some ridiculous ones. I've seen players say that their entire headphones blew up. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I think that's some troll. Not all the time, but 1 or 2 times. For the amount of headphones that I've seen blow up, which is 0, there's been a lot of people who said headphones blew up.
Have you ever had someone break their own mouse, break their own peripherals?
Yeah, you just slam it. Yeah.
I've gotten close. What I do is I just really squeeze my mouse when I'm frustrated. I don't want to slam, because if I slam my hands on the table, I'm only gonna hurt myself. Because it's a high quality table. It's a decent amount of real wood in there. Yes. I'm
no IKEA furniture for you.
Yeah, well, I'm actually gonna have to get some. So it's 1, if it's real wood, break my hand, or 2,
True.
IKEA, break the table. What do you?
Either way, it's bad.
Something's gonna
You're gonna have to pay for things.
Yeah. So my usual thing is just squeeze my mouth, just.
Yeah.
It's always the ooh, deep breathing, just.
This has been enlightening.
Yeah, learn a little bit about me.
Yeah.
I'm such a cool cucumber type of guy.
I was gonna go with cool cat, but you know what?
Yeah.
Be a cucumber if you want.
Yeah, I mean that's what people would have described me as when I asked them what vegetable do I remind you of, and they always go with cucumber.
They do. How many times have you asked that to random individuals?
Actually, more than you would think.
Yeah, okay.
If you're looking for a number, I'm not gonna give you one.
I mean, is it more than 10?
It's. Do you want to know the truth?
Yeah.
It's actually 0. I'm making up the stat. I'm making up the. What vegetable do you think represents me the most? What would you say?
I think you are. You're a carrot.
A carrot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vision, right? Carrots, improve your vision. Your hands are post close. Feel like there's a connection.
You know what? We'll take what we can get.
You're not getting the connection? Is that not? Is that
It's,
a little
it's
too?
like because people look at me.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's
I don't
do
know.
it. If I would say you are a butternut squash.
A butternut squash. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't explain.
You just seem like you'd be nourishing. You're a nourishing guy.
All right, I'm down for that.
And squash, underrated.
Underrated?
Certainly.
True. Yeah.
Because it's not really one of the vegetables that you'd pick out. The gourds as a family get overlooked all too often.
That they do. That's a good word. I've not heard that in that context. It's very smart. Right.
And, speaking of people who are overlooked, I mean, Seattle, not who we had the biggest expectations of at the beginning of this series, but now we are pleasantly surprised, and let's see if they continue to raise the bar as they raise hell here on B site with Bridge and Vindication. Open it up with 2.
Opportunity for Oscar to take one back, and he'll do just that. So it's a 3-on-3. Track generator, though. Peace. The connection. But it's been kept even. It is until Bridge jumps in and closes things out. 3K for Bridge. Seattle taking the first round, taking the pistol on the T side. Exactly what they wanted to do. They want to close this in 2.
I was digging that staircase play from Crack because they were playing it so long and not exactly in kill range, but enough to be a threat. You don't want to be caught in the sight line because if you're in that area, Crack's eventually going to get to you, and you want to make that movement, but the tags are just consistently bringing you down.
Yeah. Look at this aggressive MAC-10 by 4 of them. Out for Seattle.
Oh, God. Who, buddy? What is even happening? Blinded by Scalpy. But in the end, they'll take 2. Be put to rest at the end of it all. Scalpy might even be out for blood. Now that's a peg with the molly.
Yeah.
Right in the face of, I believe, Peace.
That's got to hurt, no?
No, Bridge, yeah.
It's fire on the face.
Yeah, I mean, a glass bottle to your face definitely cannot feel good.
Yeah, and then, of course, your eyebrows are gone, too. So.
And it doesn't even break. It's not like if it's just a clean smash, you get over it.
Yeah.
No, it's it's solid. It's a
no. Yeah, exactly. No doinks here, just a ka-thunk.
Yeah.
Alrighty, 4 players surviving there for Seattle. They're definitely going to bonus, I would imagine.
Gotta be the case. I mean, with 3 MAC-10s at your disposal, you've got the human shield.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they could just run it down A, maybe, or they could go B. I think the options are pretty much endless on what you can do, but I think speed probably the key. Want to move fast.
Oh, whatever nade was sent there is going right off the building, coming out from UC Berkeley, and they are looking for speed. Side home. Let's greet them with 2 M4s. Don't want to be too speedy, and we'll get to that.
Oh, they are going to be interested in what? Oh, buddy. How did he come away with that one? Brilliant frag. And Oscar there, at least to make things interesting. Keep it reasonable. But still, who body? Incredible stuff.
Oscar now. Gonna retake some ground to the side. Hall. Oh, Scalpy wanted to be that flanking factor, but Vindication. We're talking about filthy plays. That certainly is one. And it was a moment to realize nobody's going to be on B because they're hoping for that rotation. Dab City almost shot his own team.
I was wondering, yeah, what was going on there. Here's the B site take. Peace. Trying to apply the pressure, but Vindication is there to trade. And again, using these MAC-10s to a great degree with Crack on the flank.
Was to run up on Vindication and hopefully stop that plant and save themselves some time and even the round, but that won't be the case. Vindication drops the bomb and gets it on. They turn that bonus into a major victory.
I can't believe they won that bonus with 3 MAC 10s. That's mind-boggling. One thing though to know, I did think it was a smart idea for Shared Sky to go for that shot towards Vindication. Created the one-on-one. Crack obviously coming from mid makes a lot of sense. Going for that aggression. Fortunately, doesn't work out so well for them. Straight through the molly towards mid, and it is a firing range here. CZ not successful. Crack for 3, and Seattle, they're looking better and better.
I love the EU, CZ.
Yeah, listen. I've been doing a lot of EU games as of late, and you get crucified if it's not a CZ.
Yeah, you get flamed.
Yeah, a little bit. Also, it just sounds cooler. Let's be honest.
I don't know, but CZ is just so easy. Just like these 4 rounds that Seattle's taken away. Oh yeah, they just finally it's time to put those MAC 10s out of commission. Throw it right off the building. Let some kid grab it.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. Let's not do that. With that said, yeah, finally upgrading to the maximum. Hubody, the AWP. We saw it kind of get thrown back and forth between Bridge and Hubody last map. I wonder if that's going to be the case. Was it? It didn't seem like was Bridge on the T side more.
I think Bridge was bringing it into play on the T side and in direct contact with Oscar, and I like that. I enjoy that they're willing to change the opera depending on either the side or the map. Going into or coming out of a attack pause real quick. Most likely called by UC Berkeley. Let's try and get some slowdown of this play, as these rounds are quite the opposite of what Berkeley was bringing in the previous map. They are fast.
That's a great point. Yeah, I mean they've been trying to step up the pace a little bit. Oscar tagged down just a little bit, not too badly. This time though, I mean last gun round, Berkeley they didn't have very much. They struggled a little bit. This time they pretty much have everything that they could have wanted. A slower approach from Seattle with not full control rather of ramp just yet. That's going to be coming here soon. And a good default, got a couple of guys at B as well, and then you can see Crack in this mid aggression. All about the timing, but not a ton of utility expended to get where they have.
Oscar. Side hall. Oh, that's op down.
Wow. Just a dry swing from Hubody.
Scalpy dancing around the boxes, hoping to find a player once the smoke dissipated. Unfortunately, on the other side of that one, it was Bridge. They were ready for whatever came through. It's going to be a 1-for-1 now. 33 seconds on the clock, and it's absolutely going to be a plant secured. 3 players standing on drop.
No way. If Crack comes around this corner and gets 2, I mean, that's mind-boggling.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. Maybe even a third. Stared Sky finally changes that possibility, but they've got 8 HP left. There is no real chance that they could turn this into a victory unless Dab City plays off the body of Stared Sky and just goes absolutely massive. Not to be the case. Op saved. 5th round earned.
And that's the 3rd time we've seen Crack in that mid position come out at the perfect opportune moment to confirm a frag, or in this case 2 frags that just turned the tide. It was already running into the favor of Seattle, but fully pushes them over the edge. So opening pick, great work for Oscar. It doesn't matter, not in the slightest. They still lose the round 5-0. Scoreline, and with a full loss bonus, it's finally a back-to-back purchase for UC Berkeley. Double op invested. We saw this back on our first series, the double op, but not on Vert. So I feel like Vertigo double op is a little bit weird, but can be very effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high risk, high reward situation because once that first defensive line is broken, then it essentially becomes all rifle range, all a lot close quarters, and if you miss a singular shot on the op, you don't have too much cover to run to. And whatever cover that is, the ground can be closed by anyone running.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, there's Hubody making that same aggressive maneuver. This time gets away with it, and it's Bridge to follow up with the AK.
I love the turns that are being taken by Seattle. With Hubody taking the first peek right after when the attention is brought over to focus on side hall. That's when Bridge comes in for a swing, or Crack would come in to put an extra bit of diversity of pain.
Diversity of pain. That's a great way to put it. Yeah, I mean, all sorts of pain from all sorts of directions.
Exactly.
And all sorts of weapons as well. Crack applying said diversity of pain and pressure, as it will be near flawless here. Scalpy should get this frag.
Oh, Scalpy just going a bit crazy for a few moments, and yeah.
High risk, high reward. That's what you said. And this time, the risk does not give them the reward. 2-op spot, and they got nothing out of it. Nearly flawless round, despite, Scalpy picking up a couple there at the end. 6-0 for Seattle. But again, full loss bonus. Enough money to continue trying to invest. Of course, this time, a little bit more limited with the MP9s.
Looking for some close games to be held by UC Berkeley. Just assisted Sandiuri sent out by Dab City. Scalpy dropping down and dropping vindication in the process. This a favorable start for 2 down and no trades to be seen.
This is maybe one of the best places that we've seen UC Berkeley in this map. I mean, they've really struggled in some of these moments, but even with just the one kit, it seems unlikely for that to be mattering with 3v5. And yeah, there's that op on the board. Finally, UC Berkeley feeling like this might be the case. Honestly, wouldn't hate to see Crack and Bridge just save these guns. But with 56 seconds, I could understand why they might want to poke their head into B.
And they've got plenty of money. Minimum cash here is 58.50. That's a lot of dough to deal with.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, it definitely, it would be not unreasonable for them to go for this.
As soon as you see that Molly go through, it's a rush of those blue dots on the minimap to cover some ground. Scalpy a little bit injured, but they'll be in an okay situation. A blind Bridge saves Crack. They save the opportunity. And in a matter of seconds, this could become a winnable round. But now, with the loss of Crack, it's a 1v4. It's a 1v3. There's no flank, but it was a good idea to check for it just in case. But the overwhelming numbers from Cal finally on round 7 give them their first victory.
Yeah, a strong start for Seattle. UC Berkeley finally answering back. They wanted that second op. Unfortunately, it was at the bottom of the. It was thrown off with that Mac 10. Unfortunately,
Into the playground, most likely.
Yeah, or not. Hopefully not. At least nobody fell. Listen, no accidents. 0 accidents. Nobody's gone.
But hey, you wouldn't blame anyone because accidents happen.
Yeah, definitely. Up out here for Oscar as he was carrying that over from the last round. Not a reinvestment of it for Seattle, though, which is a little interesting to me, considering how successful Hubody's been. Instead, we're going to see a pretty forward position. Taking up
Doesn't have a smoke, though. Oh, there was no help. Scalpy was forced down and right into the crosshair Hubody. Maybe that's why they wanted to play a little bit faster and not be too worried about the scopes. Mystery Meat backing off from side hall. It's a smoke. So safe.
That could have been dicey for Mystery Meat based on the timing, but ends up getting away with it. Now all Seattle need to do is regroup, play together. Start Sky making a move forward, and that's the low HP of Hubody. Even gets a second there. Incredible from Start Sky, but it's peace. Will keep things not only even, but favoring Seattle in the 3-on-2.
My rotation. However, the silence is heard from Fab City. See, they position themselves back on generator. Expecting something out of the Seattle University camp to come through B. Backing up a bit as the lack of appearance, lack of sound, may even give them a bit of a second guess. I wonder if the utility is actually going to be expended in the next couple of seconds.
Just contact play. And now that contact's been made, now the utility can come out, Los, and of course the numbers being punched in for the bomb.
Tab City can't go for this on their own. Oscar has made it to the site. They wouldn't dare jump that. They might. They might, but there's a molly's been put down to dissuade that idea. Cut it right out of your head. Don't even think about it. Just go in for the jiggle peaks. Singular shots. Ever-present threat that is Seattle University. And Oscar realizes this is a hopeless one. Save the op.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to start poking your head in there and trying to go for some of those if you're down like this. Seven rounds now. So I can respect that, but as soon as Dab City goes down, Oscar realizes, hey man, like, I gotta save this op. And Oscar, you know, was the architect of a couple of those opening picks, the chances that was given over for UC Berkeley. So having him on the op alongside what is should be a pretty good buy. I mean, the loss bonus, 3,400. So everything but a couple of FAMASs on the lower money players, but that allows for utility to be bought as well.
Light presence by B stairs. We have Crack sending in some hot shots out mid. But nothing to be too concerned about. It just makes Scalpy rethink that presence back up and certainly not get hit with some strays through a smoke. Oh, this is going to be... This is an interesting effort. Yeah, Dab City knows they're here. That's a freebie.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a good boost, but if Dab City's playing that close range angle, it's instant death guaranteed.
Snared Sky. Getting aggressive on ramp. Getting that forward position. Finds himself a little cheeky AK. Or no. Just upgrades from that.
3 players remaining for Seattle, but into the double op, that's the tough task. Where do you find these openings? Crack back in mid. It's going to be another B ender. It's been a pretty consistent factor. A little bit of damage done, big damage actually. The Vindication, who is caught looking the wrong way, Crack gone as well, and it's just 1 player remaining. Peace. It's got 2. Plant seems like a reality.
Just a fake, but now they know that's the case. Be a flash. Bomb's down. And it did seem like for a moment that could have been brought down to a 1v1. Stared Sky. Very low on HP, brought to 22, but wasn't able to find that final bullet to turn it into that favorable scenario. But a second round win for Berkeley.
I'm so impressed with the consistency that Seattle has put forward in this first half. They seemingly play those disadvantaged situations so well. Even when they don't win, they always have a chance to do so. And that's not something we've seen today from any other team.
Here comes a wildly different scenario. Rushing up through ramp. It has not paid dividends. It actually fails miserably. Stared Sky, the architect of destruction, destroying the well-laid plans, well-thought ideas.
I don't know about well-laid plans. That was a bit of a ramp rush. That's
a great plan.
Is it? I mean, to be fair, Vertigo, that tends to work pretty well. But I do like the idea of swapping the pace a little bit, right? We've been seeing a lot of slow, methodical play. But seemingly, UC Berkeley is very prepared for that.
In a moment's notice, it's actually Dab City stared Sky, who have dismantled the entirety of Seattle. 2K for each of them. It's just crack. Who has an opportunity to potentially take a stab at Scalpy, earn a singular pick. Make sure you're not walking out of this round. You're all dead, but not empty-handed.
Crack would love to take 1 or 2 with him for sure. And yeah, that'll happen. Crack has always seemed to get like 1 or 2 frags no matter what.
Hey, there's a second. And
That's
it
the
actually is
op.
up. Yeah. That may be a costly loss.
Dab City didn't actually notice him.
Oh,
That's brutal. This is becoming very costly indeed. Shard Sky, like, there's a bit more money. And both of those players who survived have 4750 or more. They could drop an op over, but that just means that the sheer amount of money invested in this round is just going to go up.
two FAMASs being brought into play. Saved AKs, I believe is the case. Yeah, that will be it. The money is tight. Mr. Meat, the only one who's actually got a decent amount of funds going forward. Doesn't matter too much because look at this. It is such a bare bones hold. It's only Dab City. Now there's a rotation. He's Oscar with the op, but oh my god. It's actually all they need. With the support here from Drop, if there could be any, Crack is dismantling it. They're dealing with it, no problem at all.
Oh man, Shard Sky. 3 frags there. Just kind of lining him up and knocking him down. It was looking pretty easy. And finally, UC Berkeley, a bit of a different, like, opposite look to what we saw last map, right? Where UC Berkeley had the strong start and then started to bring things back. Now it's Seattle who have had the strong start. UC Berkeley start bringing things back. Though there's still a few rounds that Seattle have up. This one, though, seems like it should be theirs pretty simply. No investments. Well, they have money, so just no investments yet. The T's.
Just AK-47 on its piece.
He had 5K, so I guess that's what makes sense.
Tech 9s all around. By all around, I just mean on Who Body.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
They'll be running all around with that weapon in hand.
1 Tech 9 equals a bunch of Tech 9s. I think that's how it works.
It's infectious. Just like my Counter-Strike fever.
Oh, man.
Another rush up A ramp. Immediately halted with a tactical use of that incendiary. Mystery Meat doesn't last for too long. Shard Sky in the same boat. We do have the back now blocked off. No op ability to be used. Scalpy hanging out in the side hall. It's up to Vindication to turn that into a nice, tasty 1D. Now it's a 2-on-2.
Oh, and from the flank as well. Dab City. Nice look. Bridge, though, 1-on-2. I mean, very winnable, especially if you can find this timing onto either Oscar or Dab City. You just have to reposition. Of course, in doing so, got to collect that bomb. That will be done.
May not even be necessary to plant on A. Could he, in fact, go to B?
Yeah. I mean, seems a little...
The thought process is there.
Oh, man.
Oscar's down. That's the op. 35 seconds left. That's plenty of time, and Dab City realizes this is the only option. Has the sound cues from Bridge. And it comes down to Dab City's quick thinking to back off and preserve his life after that flank kill.
Indeed. 7 rounds for Seattle, sure. But how many is that now? 4 in a row? For UC Berkeley?
I think so.
This seems like a a must-win type of round for Seattle to keep the momentum going. If not, it'll pretty much fully shift to the favor of UC Berkeley. Up for Oscar.
City, right at the edge, right beyond that board.
Oh, Oscar with that opening pick, as per usual, has been very good with that stat line. It hasn't necessarily meant all that many wins per se, but still, they're supporting as Oscar taking another.
Oh my, 2 in a row for Oscar. Quick succession. This has just been nothing but peace for its piece. Consistent pain, consistent loss.
Oh,
And Hubody hope to impart a little more death. There's no chance. This may very well turn into an 8-7 half for California.
I mean, that's so mind-blowing to think about when you consider the 7-1 scoreline that Seattle was at prior, and it's disappointing. It really is. We see another sort of half-buy/save round here for Seattle, and that does set things up. I mean, depending on the outcome of the gun round, this is likely or potentially going to be 8-7.
Smoke from Dab City. Yep. That might even work in the favor of Seattle to get off that plant. The Molly doesn't reach the default spot. Mystery Meat is reaching in levels that they were not expecting. Smokes down. It's some tech behind the Eagles. Even that could be a real threat. But Mystery Meat is even more dangerous.
Seems like it, especially with that frag. But yeah, it should be a freebie.
Maybe not. Crack turns it into a 1v1. Time is running out.
Oh!
And Crack actually confirms so many kills. 3 in a row with the Deagle converted with an AK for the finale. Seattle needed that so desperately.
17-7 for Croc. And yes, they did, confirming the half 8-6 at the time being, but could be as much better as 9-6 if they play their cards right. That's simply amazing.
A wondrous turn of events for Seattle after a beatdown that they've been receiving. Oscar, an assist that he gets onto the death of Bridge, courtesy of Crack.
Nicely done.
Crack hurts your friends.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, man. Oscar being down, though, for Bridge is not the biggest of deals. Up to, well, in a 4-on-4, not up to. Final round and a half, if we didn't mention it before. And Hubadi being very ambitious there with the op, isn't he? Just kind of hanging out. Hoping nothing's going to go bad. Like,
oh! No scope!
Who needs a scope anyway?
Oh, that is simply a telling sign.
9-6, baby. That's happening. That's for real. And Dab City's like, I'm going to save 08 this last round.
Yeah.
Dang.
Had that initial thought. But hey, now it's a 1v3. No kit, though. So just, let's go pad the stats, Dab. Go give it a shot.
Yeah, true. Oh, best case.
Kit there on the ground. But won't be needing that.
Not at all. Here's that 9-6 half for Seattle. And UC Berkeley, I don't want to, like, individually they're doing pretty well. Like, not necessarily matching what we were seeing from Seattle, but seemed pretty close to me. I do think, though, a lot of the issues for UC Berkeley are to do with the spacing that they were taking on the CT side. Not great trade spacing. But we're going to get right into it, actually. The pistol round underway already?
Yeah.
That's incredible. Very swift.
quite applause-worthy for CS players.
It's true. I was, used to wait a few minutes there. I appreciate it. It is late, so buddy, the nice shot. Of course, it will be back the other way, and Scalpy did some nice work.
You know, that is one of the wildest routes to get a plant on B. That is so insane. The plant is secured, and it's back in that standard position, but now we've got Scalpy running for the hills, playing that stairs situation, and they've revealed themselves. Oh my. Oh my. I think they may have done it. I think they've won it.
I mean, Scalpy, yeah, this might be the entirety of the round. It's got a kit, though. Its piece does.
Oh, it's Peace just unable to land anything here. It was planted perfectly.
4 frags as well for Scalpy. He's had not the best of maps, but stepping up when it matters so much. UC Berkeley in the pistol round taking the victory. Now, they have the chance to do the standard UC Berkeley, the standard 3 rounds at the beginning to sort of tie this game. Of course, all of that's a big if, though Seattle playing with 5 USPs makes that a little less questionable, more of a statement than a question mark.
Big attempt here from Seattle specifically. Hoping to hold this one down. What is going on here? It's actually a fake. You've got Oscar all the way in the back line with the MAC-10. Might be able to be taken down by Crack, and that is simply not the case.
Seems like Hubari would love to get one, but ultimately that's unlikely. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Got spotted out by Dab City. And 8 rounds now for UC Berkeley. First guns coming out for Seattle as well, but as per the usual arrangement, not the most ideal when it comes to the utility belt beyond. So
I mean, if you're making that sacrifice, that trade-off, I would say it is important to bring rifles to this fight. You need what you can in terms of firepower to try and combat the rush from Berkeley. And it starts off with a nice kill from Vindication. No damage sent forward toward them either. Use spams through the smoke. And a lot of smoke to spam through, that is.
yeah, quite a bit. Already finding that opening pick as well, though. Seattle feeling good on a round like this one where, they lose out on the pistol. They pick up, or rather don't pick up anything into the second round. And this is just one kit for Peace as well. So critical that he's the mid-rotator here.
Bridge is also around waiting for this mid-push. Starred Sky and Scalpy. I want something here. I want whatever they can get. 3 players, the final 3, are about to walk into the crossfire of a lifetime. It's got to come down to great utility to blind off Peace.
Well, yeah, there's that flash. No, they're not going to commit. No, that's a smoke, excuse me. Flash to come soon, I would imagine. Interesting approach is 3 players towards the mid. Okay, no flashes.
Should be a big nade. A little bit of damage, but it's just to stall them out. This has to be a pinch. Peace. He's the last bastion, holding on the default spot. Able to take down Mystery Meat. He needs another at least, but it's not going to be necessary. Bridge from behind has chased down the last players of Berkeley, and they'll be able to get that plant, but it doesn't matter.
Just the plant, though. I mean, the plant's going to give them enough money to ensure that they can buy in everybody. You see, Oscar had 6K before the plant money comes in, and so it's going to be very healthy economy-wise for them. But Seattle back on the board. I mean, instantaneously, first gun round, they're right there, and they pick it up in massive fashion. So, as they rebuy. I'm not sure what the time here taken by UC Berkeley is. You can definitely buy these guns. It has, well, Scalpy, at least has already.
Up there for Oscar. Back in action. On the offense. And I think that's mostly useful for when you're going to have those forward positions held by Seattle over on A ramp. That's where you're going to find a lot of that value. And maybe realizing the economic situation of their opponents, Seattle might not even attempt to contest that. Not a single op over for the CTs.
Well, here we go. The T-side op for Oscar looks like it's unsure actually where that's headed. Currently just kind of chilling in towards the middle of this lower area. It's an aggressive maneuver with the
Wow.
Just
Beautiful.
one little jump and your head removed. Oscar, again, the opening frags. That's been his stat line all game long, despite not always being a indicator of ultimate success.
That's going to create a major moment of pause for Seattle. They wanted to get up in there initially. Oh, that's a missed. It's a missed molly. They'll have to commit two. Around the corner. Ooh, body. Wants Mystery Meat to peek. Back far enough in the side hall. Oh, how painful to lose out on that one. Mystery Meat, a single one tap. Removes them. Ooh, body. Just a dead body now. Bridge. It comes down to multiple pieces attempting to be that savior. Crack now on the side of Tetris. Move forward. Have some utility to flash out the players on ramp. Nobody looking towards side hall, but now there's a bit of shot. Vindication is taking the hit, and Crack converts that into a damage dealt. Scalpy, the last one alive. He's on a flank. They don't exactly know where he is until who else would Crack? This has been a phenomenal performance by Crack. They have been coming out on top. A 3K for them. And just looking at their frags overall when we get into this next round, the stat line, it'll speak for itself.
Yeah, 22 and 9. And then on Inferno too, really stepping up so many times. Gotta call them out for sure for being one of those heavy hitters. 11 rounds now for Seattle. They have the weaponry at hand. Ooh, I don't know about this. UC Berkeley, they hadn't really got the money to buy. Instead, they go for a forced on Scalpy. He's instantly taken out by Hubody. And that is the one gun they had at their disposal, instantly gone.
Just pass that around. Hard Sky now in its possession. Crack waiting for this. Know exactly what's going on. Quick look, the boost earns nothing. It's actually not even Crack who gets the kill, but now they know there's two players waiting for them on mid. Will they still continue to do it?
I mean, they seem to want it.
Going to do it again.
Suckers for pain, these guys, apparently. They continue moving forward into both Crack and Hubody, but in fairness, applying some pressure with utility to make that more difficult than anticipated. They'll ultimately fall back, taking that AK with them. 50 seconds, though, and we're seeing much more of that same, like, slow, methodical UC Berkeley that we tended to expect.
Yeah, and in that same situation, granted, eco round, it's not working out for them.
Yeah, I think the eco part of that is certainly a big deal, but it will be the potential for Sword Scott to get headshots here, so maybe that can change. And yeah, there we go. Vindication gone. Second attempt, not so good, and Crack will find another couple of kills there. Hubody stealing one away for the 3K, but a full house between those two, and those two have been the dynamic duo of this series.
Hubody on this op, second to none in the server. And crack simply with their reliability.
Mm-hmm.
Not just in honestly any situation, they've been able to pull a victory out of the grasps of Berkeley. But that was a especially important round to win, even though it was an eco, because you denied them being able to bring that rifle into the next round, denied them a plant to give that economic boost that they so desperately need, because the loss bonus isn't so great at the moment that they will be suffering as time goes on.
Yeah, and you see Berkeley. What I'm like trying to think through what they need to be doing differently because even when Oscar finds the opening pick, it doesn't seem like they're consistently always going to be winning. They've won 2 rounds this half.
Why you have 2 flashes?
Oh man, we've had at least one every game, every map, haven't we?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it happens. It's not a big deal. But utility out here at the front of B. This has been sort of the bread and butter of Seattle. They've played the retake, and well, this time maybe they don't need to retake. A couple of kills go their way, though not quite enough, and the retake certainly be necessary. We'll see how that goes in the 3v3.
HE at disposal. If it's decided to be used, won't be the case. Not yet, at least. It's equalized. Dab City and Oscar working together. They have proven to be... What? It just can't pick it up yet, but now finally has the AK in hand. And in that attempt, give Oscar some time to run up to the generator through the smoke and earn themselves a round that, after quite some time, has been sorely needed. But it does reset the loss.
Yeah, that's true. Not but 1900 loss bonus for the CTs.
They don't even have enough money for a full buy. Start Sky has to have a Mac 10. Scalpy has no utility.
You're right. And Seattle are much better, than that. They have all the wares they could really ever want. Aggression towards B. Maybe you gotta give them an idea that there's nobody there. Ooh, dangerous. That peek. Just the legs. Perk through the smoke. Excuse me, piece through the smoke. Making it look very simple. Not nearly as simple as that looked, though.
Without a doubt. I mean, Seattle and kills through the smokes. That has been just a ever-looming threat from them. If you're on the other side of smokes, it's always going to be an issue. You're never safe in there.
Yeah, you need to be aware. Just no audio cues. Definitely don't spam without the A1S. But look at this aggression. This is so crazy, this timing.
Oh no! Vindication! Earns 1. Scalpy takes it back. It's 1 for 1. They know that there's a second there, but Bridge. They're just playing it smart. But little do they know, all these angles should be covered.
Well, not anymore. They've caught him on the rotation, but is he going to check to the left here? Yeah, no, Scalpy catches the timing, and it's going to be Peace and Crack left alive. Crack rotating in, Peace already on the site. And that Molotov, assuming it's going to the right spot.
A quick jump up from Tetris. Gives Peace the advantage, dropping it down to a 2-on-2. And it's up to Berkeley. They've got to get on site, but they can't overcome Peace. Peace will always find a way, Vincent. Comes down, mystery meet, 1v2. Just lurking onto the site. They didn't have much time, and certainly not much time left in this series, potentially, Vincent.
Yeah, with 13 rounds, you gotta wonder when is this going to look towards the end of the series. UC Berkeley probably feeling that pressure at this point, and the only question then is, for Seattle, how to close things out. Of course, that's a little bit further into the future. This round, though, should get them a little closer to that 16-round endeavor. It's just a pistol round. Tech 9s, 3 of them to be precise. A little bit of armor to that, as the Deagle as well is alive. So chances in this round, but tough chances. As it's going to be Crack. A nice couple of connections. Doesn't quite have the setup though that they would typically have. But Budget will collect a couple of additional frags on the budget buy.
And now this is do or die. This is essentially the final round of this map. If California
Could be.
isn't able to bring this one together and they're forced down into another eco after this, it's essentially game, set, match for Seattle, which is a lovely surprise that this newcomer, this unknown,
Mm-hmm.
has been able to push a known strong team that Berkeley has established themselves as in the NACE Star League to this limit.
Yes, indeed. A bit of a pause there. I gotta assume attack pause from UC Berkeley. Like you said, the consequences of this round are massive. They are the entirety of the series on the line here. And so for that reason, gotta make sure that you're making the right decision. Opt out for Oscar. Ubani has one of his own. It's a full purchase in that position. Then, ooh, this is interesting. Los UC Berkeley, they're stacked 5 players pretty much here towards B.
It's only Oscar who's a diversion with that op or by a ramp. Oscar can't find anything. They'll probably just back off. Might be the. I mean, no one is even there.
Yeah.
No one's even by ramp. They're busy looking at nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Like, great that that's going to be a potential position to hold, but nobody cares about him right now, unfortunately. Sarge Sky, though, investigating. Bridge is rotated back over. Side hall.
Blue body realized, yeah, somebody's taking a look. It is Start Sky, first one to fall. But now with this bombardment of utility, realization has set in. Berkeley's coming over to B. There's a decent amount of a garrison over here. Bomb will not be planted. Crack and Peace laying down the law. Barrage of bullets. It comes down just to Scalpy.
Oh, and
Oh,
the nade. Ugh.
Hit with a Kobe to end it out. To bring it to map and series point. Now there's nothing that's going to be in the hands of Berkeley.
I mean, they have 2,900 loss, and for that, it's maybe an AK for Scalpy, who had the extra cash, Galeals for others. I mean, Mac 10 even? No, just Galeals. So it's going to be even less utility than they would have had otherwise. I think at this point, UC Berkeley just looking to maybe run fast somewhere, try to win a gunfight.
Oh, caught the toes of Hubody. That's not going to be enough. Look at that nade presence. Everyone's getting a piece of that. It just makes it that much more simple for them to spray through the smoke. 2 have already fallen from Peace through that smoke. The forces have been decimated. Follows it up. Hubody doesn't land the shot, doesn't land 2, but is given the agency to walk away.
Yeah, no, should never be allowed to walk away there. Bridge collecting 1 as well. And from here, I mean, where are you going to go? Scalpy, Start Sky. I mean, 2v5. Last round, potentially, if you cannot touch this. Vindication just tosses some more utility to make that harder and harder.
Fire right on the other side of that smoke. And Crack is even willing to throw their body on the line. First line of that defense. Unsure of where the position is. It has to be on the staircase, and Bridge discovers it. Crack finishes it, and Seattle will take the series in 2. A nice statement for them. The first time we've seen them on broadcast, and they have given us a great performance.
Back-to-back 16-9s. You definitely got to give them credit for that. They step up in a massive way. Inferno taking the opposition's map pick, and then Vertigo. It was, probably touch or go in the first half. Second half, they ran away with it.
Yeah, one player that I definitely want to highlight, it's Crack. We've mentioned them multiple times throughout this series, and with good reason. They have been the go factor, the go player, who, if you need a 2K, a 3K, maybe even a 4K, that's the person who could do it and keep the composure as well. And I think at the end of the day, it is the confidence of this player and of the Seattle roster that led them to victory today.
That it did. With that, it is just about the end of our night together. It's we had a nice long series and then a nice short series. It's been good. Been a lot of fun. With that being said, I think final thoughts. Anything we left to add?
I think all we can say is we love Counter-Strike. Thank you so much for joining us on the Naystar League Counter-Strike stream. We'll be back with another banging week of collegiate esports starting on Monday. So until then, hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.
Peace out.